the new Modus Super Series champion.
Yes! What a finish! On the third leg, Coleman. Each on the third leg, McGinley.
Means business. Match start. Hit. Tonight gets double 9.
Each on the sixth leg, Twedle.
Double 14 for a 148 checkout by Graham Musher.
We're at the halfway point of the series now. Come the end of play this season, we'll know 6 of the 12 players that will participate in the 12th Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. Welcome along to Portsmouth to the Live Lounge, and we're live and exclusive once again, of course, here on Pluto TV to see how Week 6 comes to a culmination, where Graham Musher is looking to make a bit of history tonight. If he wins, he will add his name to the 4-win club here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the semi-finalists from the previous series. Well, if he wins tonight, he'll be hoping to go a couple better, but we've got some opposition scouting in the form of Keegan Brown. Matthew Edgar, well, he's just going to watch on as he usually does. Jay, it's great to have you once again with us here in the Pluto TV studio in Portsmouth. And you look at this Week 6, look, of course, Graham Musher is a man that's been there, done it, got one of the great CVs here. But you look at the other players in the field, players with calibre, capability, potential, but some players also looking to cross that finishing line for the first time tonight.
Yeah, and a good opportunity to do so as well. And when I scoured my eye over the players tonight, there was one word that stood out for me. One word that really grabbed my attention. That was passion. There's a lot of passion out there tonight. When you look at the players that are in it, the likes of Ashley Coleman, Mark McGinley, Lee Cox, players that love the Super Series, players that have earmarked the Super Series as being part of their development. They want to pick up a Super Series crown, and I think we're going to see that come out tonight. A lot of passion.
Well, it has been a week filled with testosterone. The Littler Price game last night at the Grand Prix was a great example of that. And who knows, when you've got the money on the line that we have got this evening, we're going to see players properly go for it, aren't we?
Yeah, let's be honest, it's a fantastic opportunity for any of these players. So, you know, they've done well to get to the stage tonight. You know, that's all they have to do, qualify tonight, and then go from there.
6 players in action looking for the 6th spot through to Champions Week, and these are the lads who are watching tonight. He's a seasoned campaigner and he means business. Graham Musher is in fine form as he looks to extend his run of 12 consecutive match wins at the Live Lounge. Lee Cox has played at the Super Series on 15 occasions, reaching 2 prior Saturdays. Yet to lift the trophy. Is 3 going to be the lucky number for Lee? David Evans is no stranger to finals night at the Live Lounge. 6 semi-finals and a weekly win. Will Evans stretch his title tally tonight? Jack Twedle is a winning machine, dominant in the amateur game and a Challenge Tour title winner this year. The Swindon Slinger seeks a Super Series title to add to his impressive CV. Ashley Coleman is fast and furious and doesn't allow anyone to get near him as he blitzed through the field on Friday. Is it time for the Prince of Darkness to shine? He's won more than 20 titles all over the world, but Mark McGinley's yet to taste success at the Live Lounge. Will it be all smiles later for the Gladiator? So it all got underway on Monday morning. Group A was what kicked off the week, and it was Graham Musher in dominant fashion that won that particular group. 14 wins out of 15. And that was despite, in his own words, Matt, saying he didn't play at his best.
Ominous. Great word to describe that then in regards to Graham Musher, a player who's won here before. And do you know what, when the lineup comes out and you look ahead, when you're certainly covering a week, you try and make little predictions in your mind, see what you expect going to happen. Graham Musher and Jack Twedle really jumped off the page on that Group A, but Graham Musher really did deliver the goods. Every time he comes down here, he feels like a serious threat. But the one thing he's not got on his CV yet is a series title. Came so close, didn't he, at the very start of this project, and has come close in the meantime as well. And he's one of those players that you feel should win a series. I certainly called him the face of the Super Series when we first got started. Is it now? I think it has to be now, because we know Graham Musher is going to go to Q School. So with that in mind, does he get a card again? I think he'd be one of the favourites. If he wants a series title, he's going to have to win this week to put himself in the mix.
Is it now, Keegan?
Yeah, has to be. Has to be. No, there's so many opportunities for all these players tonight. You just feel like, like Matt said, there's things around the corner, especially Q schools. So this could be the last time we see them this year.
So that was Group A. The players then divvied up into Groups B and C. Now, Group C is what we watched on Thursday and Friday afternoon. So Group C saw Ashley Coleman win. Now, he won all 5 of his matches on Friday in order to qualify. And it's fair to say, Matt, that he really went up another gear, didn't he?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he played really well on day one, Ashley Coleman. And a lot of missed doubles, a lot of missed opportunities. I actually thought on Thursday he could have ran the card as well, had he taken those chances, but then came back on the second day, in his own words said, I'm not making the same mistake twice, stepped it up in regards to the finishing. That was the only thing that was lacking, so as soon as he improved on that, he was almost unbeatable for that group, and it should give him a lot of confidence as well going into tonight, as he's looking to do something he's not done before on that stage.
So Mark McGinley, the other player that made it through, look, he's somebody that we've seen play on the biggest stages, had darts to win a world championship once upon a time at the Lakeside. But it's been a while since we've seen him in the winners' enclosure. But is there signs that maybe his game is moving back in the place where he could compete for honours again, Keegan?
Yeah, definitely. This week he's been hitting the right things at the right time. That 1-2-5 an example. But yeah, I think with Mark, it's just building on the consistency again. And, he's doing everything right. And that's why he's got the chance to play tonight.
Group B was what we watched in the evenings. It was Lee Cox that won it in the end, and he has got a fair few people in the auditorium watching him tonight. He won 12 points, David Evans and Jack Twedle on 10, and to be perfectly honest, Matt, you were watching Group B. It was just domination from start to finish from those 3.
It was. I mean, I like the drama. I like to see it go down to the wire like we saw in Group C. Group B didn't deliver for me on that aspect. It delivered for the 3 players at the top. Not so great for the neutral, great for those players, very, very dominant performance. Lee Cox, though, stepped it up again last night. And when we look at Lee Cox and where he is right now in his journey, he had a few things he wanted to tick off. And he's doing that. He's ticking them off. He wants a tour card. He wanted to win a challenge tour. He wants to win a Super Series. We know he's won a challenge tour. Had he not been ill around January, we may not even seen him here because maybe to tick the tour card box because he was playing phenomenal darts at that period of time. Maybe a bit fortunate. Another year to develop, another chance to win a title here and a weekly title. He's got to be in the running tonight for sure.
Is David Evans the type of player who just ticks every box as far as this format's concerned?
Yeah, he does that. He's really experienced, the last a good 6 or 7 years on the PDC, and, he knows how to win games, and, this best of 7 format just phases him because he can reel off 4 quick legs all of a sudden. And I think the format really phases him in a good state for tonight.
So David Evans looking to make it through to second Champions Week of 2025. Jack Twedle looking to win his first week. And look, let's be honest about 2025. It's the best year of his career. We saw glimpses towards the end of 2024 in his debut appearance here that maybe this is a player to look out for. And he's gone up another gear. He's threatening World Championship spots. He's going to be playing at the Tour Championship next weekend. Whatever's clicked in his game, it is clicked properly for him.
But it hasn't clicked here. It hasn't clicked on this stage for Jack Twedle as of yet. And that's the key point, as of yet, because you've got a chance for that to happen. I don't think we've seen the best of Jack Twedle. Despite the fact he's through to Saturday night here and he's got an opportunity to win the week, I still think there's gears and levels to go. And I mentioned yesterday, it's all right playing good darts on a Monday for 2 points at 9:30 in the morning, but that's not where you want your best darts. You want your best darts on a Saturday night because that's where it counts and that's where it means the most. So maybe Jack Twedle is saving his best for when it means the most. That little bit of adrenaline might bring the best out of him. And when he looks forward, he's got a lot to look forward to. He's got a lot of big events coming up at the back end of the year, which means tonight maybe not be as much pressure as it will for some because he's got other things to look forward to as well.
Right, let's rattle through the order of play for this evening. This is how the groups look for tonight. Group 1 is going to see Graham Musher, David Evans and Mark McGinley in action. Group 2, Lee Cox, Ashley Coleman and Jack Twedle. These are the odds. This is what the bookies think about tonight's action. Graham Musher goes off the 7-4 favourite with the odds compilers. Jack Twedle 7-2. The bookies got this one right, Matt.
Yes, Graham Musher is the favourite, absolutely. He's the player with the most experience. He's the guy who's dined on the top table more than any of these guys have in recent times. However, I think that's a little bit tight and there may be a bit of value elsewhere.
Well, in terms of people that could potentially upset the apple cart, who could do that for you, Keeks?
For me, I look at Lee Cox and Mark McGinley. They're both in both different groups, and do you know what? They can do the damage. And when they start producing the legs, stand back.
Who do you fancy facing at Champions Week? None of them?
to be fair, so bring them all on. But yeah, that's just me. But no, in all fairness, I think Lee Cox has got a really good chance tonight. That's who I'm going to go for.
In terms of you, who would you like to face at Champions Week in the week that we're yet to confirm that you're playing in?
I mean, that's not going to be a problem for me, that question, because I probably won't be at Champions Week, but I think Graham Musher might be.
I think everyone will be looking forward to playing you at Champions Week. I'm not going to go so much of you. 18 plus capitalware.org if you could have a flutter on the Super Series. Game 1 is a meeting between Graham Musher and Mark McGinley, and I caught up with both players earlier on tonight. Mark, into another Saturday here at the Super Series. What would be your overall assessment of the way that you played in Group C?
Day one, I was quite pleased with it. I didn't expect anything from myself, and I did all right, missing a few doubles, but my scoring was there. I've tweaked a few things in my game, and it all came together. Yesterday, a bit of nerves kicked in, lost the first 2 games, but pulled it round and was lucky enough to get through to today.
Was the key thing just getting the job done in the end?
Yeah, I figured out at the start of the day I needed 3 wins. I thought if I have 3 wins, I've got a real chance of qualifying for Saturday. And that's exactly what I got, but I was hoping for a better start.
You've done a lot of things in your career. You've had success here at the Super Series, but is it now about crossing that line for the first time tonight?
Yeah, it is. I've never won a game on Saturday. I mean, I've played really well at times, but today's getting about the wins and just try and qualify and just to see how far I can go in this tournament now.
It would also be nice to kind of taste success again, because we know how prolific you have been as a winner, but I suppose it's been a little while since we've seen you cross the finishing line in tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I know how to win. It's just now getting the job done on the night, and that's something I can work on tonight, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling relaxed. So yeah, hopefully everything go well.
Wish you all the best. Go well, Mark. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, Graham, in terms of results, it was a very dominant campaign. Did it feel like that in terms of performances?
No, definitely not. I think I got away with a few games along the way, but you know, we need a bit of luck. I've turned up before and played outstanding and never got the results, so I'm happy to get through. 14 wins out of 15, you know, it didn't really tell the true story, but yeah, look, I'm happy we got through.
What specifically went right, though, for yourself over the course of that Group A campaign, did you think?
My scoring felt it was back. Doubles let me down a little bit, but I've always been a big scorer, so I did feel that was back in stages. But look, it was all about getting to finals week, so this Saturday.
And a lot of it was kind of grinding out results, when a lot of 4-3s, a lot of 4-2s. So when it came up tight, you managed to kind of come up with the answers to questions that players posed of you. Yeah,
I seem to always have a good last leg in me for some reason. I've said that now when you watch, I'll have a disastrous one. But no, you just got to keep playing, you know. At the first game on the Wednesday, I think I was 3-0 down against Damien, so just keep plugging in.
You can add your name to the Super Series history books. You could join a very elite list of players that won 4 titles here in terms of weekly titles tonight. You could potentially add to your heritage status here.
I love it down here. I really do enjoy it. I've not been in the best of form coming down, but Joe says to me, as I always say to you, you'll be fine when you're down there, Dad. So yeah, we'll looking forward to it.
Well, we wish you all the very best. Graham, good luck tonight.
Thanks, Henry.
Graham
Musher wins the first game of Champions Night.
Because of power scoring, he has got all the time on. Well, don't have to go for the ball, but gets the ball. Game 1 of the night is a meeting between Graham Musher and Mark McGinley, and Keegan Brown and Matthew Edgar are in the commentary box.
Here we go, 6 players left standing then. Opportunity to be the Week 6 champion and book themselves a place in Champions Week. The last opportunity of 2025. It could be the last opportunity for Graham Musher, as he will be heading off to Q School in the new year, but will be wanting to go there as a Modus Super Series champion. Mark McGinley looking to rediscover a little bit of form. Not really been playing too much in regards to competitive darts, but my God, has he achieved what he wanted to. He said he wants to come to Portsmouth to enjoy his darts once again. And the darts that he has thrown will certainly put a smile on his face. That man right there, Paul Hinks, puts a smile on most people's face. He's going to be calling all the action throughout the evening.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. First leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
And it'll be Graham Musher who will be throwing the opening darts. Been a couple of days off for Graham Musher after dominating his Group A campaign,
140.
joining the 28-point club. That's quite a feat, isn't it, Keegan, in a Group A campaign? It actually spans across 3 days and about 18 hours worth of darts.
137.
Yeah, 100% there. Yeah, absolutely phenomenal from Graham in Group A to play that consistent
100.
for that amount of a long time. You know, we think of darts competitions happening within 3 or 4 hours, but to do over, like you say, Matt, 18 hours, that's absolutely, phenomenal standard.
I think you described
80.
it perfectly there with just one word: consistent. Because consistency is the key. That's the answer. But tonight isn't about consistency.
100.
Tonight's about flashy. It's about flary. It's about doing the right things at the right times and finding that big performance, which we know everybody in this lineup is capable of pulling out, which makes it a very, very intriguing finals night.
85. Glencar 161.
So Graham hit first chance of 161. Looking down the bottom. That's a good lead.
137.
12 darts thrown, lead 24.
Well, flashy and flary was the words we just used to describe what is needed this evening. Double 12 left after 12. That's flashy, that's flary, that's brilliant. But McGinley is going to be there, ready to pounce should Graham Musher make any mistakes here.
Glencar 24.
No mistakes
on the
made
first
from
leg,
Graham
Graham
Musher.
Musher.
When you've just been off for a couple of days, when you've been sort of finding the
Second leg, Mark to
negativity,
third
because
first.
that's
Game
what I
on.
got from that interview. It's like Graham Musher was either trying to play it down or build barriers for himself, saying, I didn't really come here feeling the best of form. I got away with a few. You've just won 14 games out of 15, Graham Musher. You are not going to
24.
convince us you are the underdog.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get into the heads. Bit of mind games going on there.
You get that a lot with
125.
dart players, don't you? Everyone wants to be the underdog. No one's really happy being the favourite.
No, that's true. That is true. I find what a lot of people would do is always get
100.
one above their opponents in their head, and yeah, maybe them sort of words from Graham. Oh, I'm not reading the man and Foreman. Let's be honest.
140.
It was only last week we were saying how good Charlie Manby was. Graham did exactly the same thing with the same leg difference. So how we can't say he's playing well, I don't understand it.
60.
Maybe just trying to relieve the pressure. Trying to lower the bar of expectation. He is the favourite to win tonight, according to the odds
121.
compilers. He came up at 7-4. And he's showing just why. This is a fantastic start for Graham Musher. 14 darter in the opener. He's looking good here. For maybe something a little bit
100.
better. Just needs the one
Glencar
treble.
115.
And he's going to get 6 starts here at the 115 finish. Coming down for the treble 19. Double 19.
96.
Just goes inside, but he will be back.
I know we're only in the second leg, but
87.
Graham averaging
Glencar 19.
over 110 at this stage.
Getting shot in the second leg. Graham Musher.
He's setting the pace. He's setting the bar. That is 2 legs
Third
won
leg,
in
Graham to third
5
first.
visits to the
Game
board.
on.
Maybe now he believes he's playing well.
100.
It's a tough one for Mark McGinley as well, isn't it? We're looking at this from the point of Graham Musher and the positivity that he's getting. We've also got to now flip that and think about the player on the reversing side of that at the moment, Mark McGinley, who's
95.
not playing bad. He's producing similar to what he's played so far in his Group C campaign, but it can be so
140.
damaging if you take an early defeat and a heavy defeat. And Mark McGinley spoke yesterday in his interview about how he's been to finals night before. He averaged 95, he averaged 98,
140.
and he didn't win a leg.
That's just crazy, isn't it? When you put it into that perspective,
45.
it's one of them where at the moment Mark's throwing there on nearly a 95 average. Not going a lot for his change, is he? Let's be honest.
Well, he said yesterday, surely
81.
history won't repeat itself. Surely it's not going to be the same. Well, insert Graham Musher here.
41.
But McGinley, he's put himself in a good opportunity in his third leg. He'd be eyeing up then treble 20s, aiming to leave 45.
54.
Yeah, I fully agree. That was a chance. That was an opportunity there for Mark McGinley to make a bit of inroads there on the Graham Musher throw. Instead, it's the worst possible scenario.
105.
Because now he's left himself in a position that he's going to need 3 perfect darts. It's either going to be 2 doubles or 2 trebles required. He doesn't find it with the opener. Maybe a little bit of a mini opportunity here. Certainly when you're playing someone who's producing the level that Graham Musher is right now.
68. Graham Car 70.
Sometimes it just feels like you've walked into a brick wall. But Graham it. 20 for tops. So it's double top.
Game shown the third leg. Graham Musher.
Admirable.
Fourth leg mark to through first.
There's a couple of players in the crowd who have played this week who would have wanted to get through to Saturday night, but probably glad they're not up there right now against Graham Musher.
I'll be honest, I'm quite glad I'm sat up here at the moment.
134. $121.
You know, Graham's average slightly coming down from the highs of the 113, but you know, once again, Mark thrown above the 19.
123.
Like you just said a minute ago, Matt, he's playing just as consistent as he has been all week.
He's just run
55.
into that moment he needs to step it up. There's one of the players that we've seen this week. Manpreet Kelsey, he's really enjoyed his time, acquitted himself well. Sat with Damian Palszewski. And I like that because that means they booked him for the whole week. So that must mean they was
140.
confident of getting through to Saturday. There's going to be here one way or the other. And now they get to sit and enjoy some fine
90.
darting.
Car 104.
So McGinley, 104 with it. That's a brilliant dart. Is he staying there for the double 16? So it's double 16. Good
Game
darts.
shown the fourth leg. Mark
I always
McGinley.
find that with darts, you don't relax until you get your first leg on the board.
Fifth leg. Graham.
Oh,
to third first.
100%.
Game on.
Especially on a night like this, where this result will lag into your other, not just psychologically, but actual
100.
practicalities. Because if you get a heavy defeat here, you've got to make that up in the next game or hope for a result when the other players in your group are going up against each other. David
95.
Evans, the other player in this group, and Mark McGinley will play David Evans before Graham Musher does. So
100.
he'd be going into that game thinking, I need a win, I need a big win. It's not just about get 4 legs and get over the line. It's about restricting your opponent as well, which makes that leg for Mark McGinley very, very important.
140.
Yeah, 100%. You know, that's the first throw when Mark's actually
95.
overtaking Graham in the averages. So Mark's coming back into this match at a good steady pace, but yeah, 100%. You know, that first leg, that 104 checkout would mean a lot to Mark, especially going, confidence
80.
boost. Because, if he unfortunately goes along and loses that, he'd be happy thinking, do you know what, I had one chance at a double and it went in first poke.
92.
Well, I think you're starting to see why he's nicknamed the Gladiator. Good battler is Mark McGinley. Won't give in. Will throw every single dart with the same level of purpose and looking to leave something handy here. Just in case
95.
Graham Musher doesn't take out the 114, there's work to be done. Tops of the match.
74.
Fine
Mark
effort there from
91.
Graham Musher, but this is the chance Mark McGinley has given himself. A chance to really get himself back into this game. Go in the safe route, go in the bullseye route. It's a dart at the bullseye to save the match.
66. Graham Car 40.
So it's double top for Graham for a 4-1 win, and he
Game
does
shown the
so.
match. Graham Musher.
What a start to the night that is for Graham Musher. Mark McGinley battled hard, but Graham Musher just showing the quality and the class that's seen him join the 28 club during Group A. He goes through with a 4-1 victory, a couple of points on the board, and puts himself in a very strong position. For Mark McGinley, you can take a lot of hope in that average of 96. He'll be looking ahead thinking, if I can repeat that, I'm going to be in the running. But it's Graham Musher who takes the win.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! B, is he the player that prevails? Double 16.
And the ADC Windmill Championship Tour champion, Andy Bolton!
And he gets that toss.
And within about 3 seconds, it's X Factor who takes the lead again.
To end a fairy tale year of return of a title, double 4. WADC Windmill Championship Tour winner, Gemma Hayton!
100
But that is a visit of a champion. For the chance nonetheless, this will be the first topper of the Championship Tour finals.
She has double 19, Shanghai in the 19s. And she does so.
Game started.
But she only needed the one. ADC Darts takes over Pluto TV, and we have 3 mammoth events coming up for you exclusively live on Pluto TV. Next Saturday, we have the Wimmore ADC Tour Championship. That's on 12:30. We've got Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall in action. We've also got Jack Twedle in there. He's going to be in action in a few moments' time. Then on the 22nd of November, the WADC Tour comes to its conclusion. 8 players will battle it out for the title. We've got Gemma Hayter looking to defend her title. Lisa Ashton, a winner of a Women's Week, is going to be in action, as well as Steph Clark, who recently won a medal at the WDF World Cup in South Korea. Then December, the second staging of the ADC Global Championship will take place, offering the biggest prize fund in amateur darts. 56 players battling for a £150,000 prize pot. 3 events, all live to watch, free and exclusive on the Modus Super Series Darts channel here on Pluto TV. To tonight's action then. And as you can see, Graham Usher got the first win of the night, a 4-1 success against Mark McGinley. Our second match is a meeting between Lee Cox and Jack Twedle, and I caught up with both players earlier on this evening. Lee, good campaign for yourself in Group B. You must have been really pleased with the way things went.
Yeah, because for once it went in my favour, so I had to have a bit of help in the last game to top the group, but yeah, I played well over the 2 days.
Did it add a lot more as well for yourself, the fact that not just you got through that group, but you got through top of it?
For me, with the luck I have down here, it was just about getting to Saturday, whether it's top, second or third. Just be here.
It's felt like since the last time we saw you here, things have really moved in the right direction for yourself. You've had success on the Challenge Tour, seen you do good things in other arenas. It feels like the game's getting back into a really good place again.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end of the year, and we all know what we build up towards. And obviously, beginning of this year, I missed out on Q School. I don't want to keep going on about it, but I did. I was in a good place to go there for my card, I believe. So now the next 3 months is put the work in and go and get that card.
In terms of tonight, obviously I know how hard you've worked to get to Saturday nights here in the past. How much would you like to finally get over the line? Maybe third time's the charm for yourself.
Third time lucky. Yeah, I'm playing well. I haven't played my best, but hopefully now tonight it's going to come out. As long as I go out there and do what I do, if I do that, then them boys are in trouble.
It's kind of playing your own game, playing with a bit of freedom.
If I turn up, I'm very hard to beat.
I wish you all the very best, Lee. Good luck tonight.
Thank you, mate.
Jack, had to play the full quota of the 5 days this week, but how would you say you got along all together?
It wasn't great, if I'm honest, but we got there. That's the only thing that matters. But yeah, I mean, considering how I've been playing, not amazing, but we'll see. Was
the key just grinding out results at times?
Just get there. Like it was just make sure you've done enough, get over the line. I knew that I'd have to be the whole week. I wasn't playing well enough. I've had a couple of issues with my hand, so I was just like, there's no point trying to overdo it.
We'll talk about tonight in just a second, but obviously next week you got the tour finals. You're the number 1 seed for that. Was this actually an advantage playing this week, so you can have some time on the stage? Of course, you want to win this week, but you had some time on the stage to kind of get prepped for that.
Yeah, of course. Any practice up there is good practice, regardless of whether or not I got next week. But yeah, the timing's worked out pretty well.
In terms of tonight, do you feel like you're playing your way into the kind of form where actually, as the week goes along, I feel like I'm peaking at the right time?
To be honest, I haven't really looked at any event that I've done this week, whether it be Thursday, Friday. Yeah, it got a little bit better, but not much. I knew that I just had to put everything into making sure I was ready for today. Because like I said, I've had a couple of issues with my hand during the course of the week, which I've made no secrets about. But yeah, I just needed to get here and then we'll deal with it.
Sometimes it's easy just to treat a Saturday in isolation in comparison to the rest of the week.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it all night, since yesterday, of a case of it's a separate competition now. It's a knockout competition, which I prefer. It's 4 games away from winning, so that's how I look at it.
This year's been so good for yourself, obviously Challenge Tour winner, and I know when we get to a couple of weekends' time, you're going to be in that mix potentially for a World Championship spot. Win one of these, does this put another cherry on top of the icing, on top of a very big cake for 2025?
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the year, I had certain goals that I wanted to get to. I've done most of them, exceeded some as well, but I've done most of them. So having this would just top it off.
Well, I wish you all the best, Jack. Good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Twedle has just hammered home a 1-4-2. That was spectacular.
Well, he finds the tops, and that's a great 109 checkout. Double 80 finds, he's pinning them doubles.
Gets a treble and the double.
Well, Jack Twedle's looking for a tour card next year. And we should send our congratulations to Bo Greaves, who has won her tour card tonight by finishing in the top positions on the development tour where she now cannot be caught in terms of the race for a tour card. So the three-time world champion, well, provided she accepts the tour card, will be playing on the circuit in 2026. And we send our congratulations to her. But it's game 2, Twedle and Cox, and it is Matt and Keegan in commentary.
So there's one player we won't be seeing here next year. We may not be seeing either of these two with the form and the guide of which we've got from the pair of Lee Cox and Jack Twedle. And before a dart was thrown this evening, we casted our eyes over the players and we used the word passion for a lot of the players, and I think that comes here in Group 2. Ashley Coleman sat waiting in the wings to play both Lee Cox and Jack Twedle this evening, but I think that word describes both of these very, very well. Jack Twedle been putting the miles and the hours into darts throughout 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, first leg,
the
leader
rewards
through first. Game on.
From the back end of the year. Lots of opportunities for him in regards to broadcasted events and potentially a chance to get to the Alexandra Palace himself and get a spot at the World Championship.
45.
But Lee Cox, very, very passionate about the Modus Super Series. He's been here from the very, very start, yet to win a week as of yet.
57.
He does say he's been a bit unfortunate at times, and when we look over his past results, sometimes missing out by a leg, legs difference, legs won, a late defeat.
55.
There's been loads of ways that have stopped Lee Cox getting to this stage, but Keegan, now he's here, you believe he's going to go all the way?
I do. I just think sometimes we're in the stars, and like he alluded to earlier, he was unfortunately couldn't do Q School, but I think it's worked out quite well because it's an extra year of playing the Modus, and to get yourself geared up for another bash at the Q School. And do you know what I think? I think he's winning the stars tonight.
One of those sort of everything happens for a reason, but you don't realise it at the time. Lee Cox wouldn't have realised that when he was ill and missed out on Q School, what that could have meant to happen him in 2025. And we've seen the successes he's had on the Challenge Tour, and I'm sure if he was to go on and win tonight, get himself into Champions Week, pick up a Super Series crown, he'd probably say, actually, I'm quite happy with the delay, and the opportunity will come round once again in January.
Yeah, 100%. And, let's be honest, Coxie's
95.
playing really well at the moment, and it's like we always say, the hardest thing here at the Modus is getting yourself out of the groups, and that's what all these players have done well.
Game show the first leg, Jack Twedle.
But getting out of the groups was something that Jack Twedle looked like he was struggling with a little bit. Said he was struggling with that issue with the hands, but
game on.
Also said tonight feels like a completely different tournament. Myself and Sam was calling the action during Group
57.
B, and we kept saying, when is the Jack Twedle that we see on the ADC, that we see on the Challenge Tour, going to arrive at the Super Series this week? And
99.
when you get a player like Jack, a player who's used to winning, when the threat, when the jeopardy increases, you can afford to lose a game in Group A. You can
97.
afford to lose games in Group B. Tonight is a different story, which means a completely different mentality, where winners like Jack can stand up.
And you've hit the nail perfectly on the head.
85.
The group stages is you use it as a sort of a springboard to get yourself sorted, to get yourself the momentum going. And this is the night where you just
45.
you go for it. There's no ifs or buts. You either go big or you go home. And I just think these players here, they're going to give it their absolute all in this match to
135.
to get the legs on the board. Even if they do lose, we always say if you're going to lose small. If you're going to win big.
I mean, you've played this since you've
109.
become eligible for it. Do you almost see the group stages as like qualifiers?
Yeah, 100%. You just want to do enough just to keep their arm in, thinking, do you know what? Let's not
130.
play our best hand just yet. Let's just rein it in a little bit, get the wins, and then Saturday night is the main night.
Well, a good response here from Lee
139.
Cox to losing the
Leopold
opening leg.
52.
It was a breaker throw from Jack Twedle. Coxey looking to get it straight back. That looks inviting. That looks handy.
Game shown the second leg, Lee Cox.
And that is the development of the game of Lee Cox. In the past,
Third leg
Lee
leader through
Cox
first. Game
been
on.
very, very guilty of stood laughing, shaking his head, almost trying to play the night, theatrical the night, where now
58.
it's more, okay, you broke my throat, I need to get that back, let's get down to business.
In business, that's what he did, isn't he?
38. $140.
One of the things for Lee Cox, though, is he is very much a student of the game, certainly in regards to the form line.
81.
He knows where people are in the rankings, he knows who's playing well, who's picking up titles, and he will look at this group and he will know that he's got his hands full here, not only with Jack Twedle, the number 1 seed
98.
for the ADC next week, but also Ashley Coleman, who's had some decent runs recently in regards to the Challenge Tour, and
80.
was very dominant in that Group C campaign.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing with Ashley. It depends what one turns up, isn't it? And in the last couple of weeks or so, it seems like the good Ashley's turning up. So
59.
yeah, so it's really good to see, obviously, Ashley coming back into the game. And yeah, I just think, let's be honest, you get here on a Saturday night, it's all lit with quality, isn't it?
162. Lee Cox, 146.
Absolutely, as it should be. £5,000 on the line and a place in Champions Night. Looking to follow in the first start, invited, baited him in.
98. Jack Cox,
Brings it down nicely
140.
though. Ask the question of Jack Twedle. If he's going to re-break the throw, it's going to have to be with something special, which he's not able to find on this occasion.
60.
So Lee
Lee
Cox,
Cox,
a
48.
chance to nudge ahead.
Should be looking at 8s or 16s. So it's double 16 to go 2-1. And he
Game
does.
shown the third leg, Lee Cox. Fourth leg,
You sort of get
Jackson
the
through
feeling
first.
as well
Game
with
on.
Lee Cox that this crowd, which are majoritarily here for him, he's going to sort of feed off that
140.
instant feedback. He's going to feed off that positive energy.
Yeah, 100%. You can just see it.
99.
When he broke Jack back in 15 darts, he gave a bit of a fist pump, and obviously he's got the crowd in tonight, and he's feeding off it.
140.
How important do you make it to have people with you? Because I know when you ask different people, it's different answers. Glenn Durrant believes it's absolutely fundamental to have someone with you.
Million percent. You need. You always feel like you need somebody in your corner. It could be
140.
partner, kids, best friends. Person you work with. That sort of thing. And I was very fortunate with a couple of close friends coming over
54.
from the island to watch me, and
81.
I think it was their support. That helped me cross the line.
Well, when you're playing well, you'll want people there because you like to show off, and this is good, this is
69.
well, but a couple of missed opportunities there for Jack Twedle. Quick flick over to the scoreboard to see where Lee Cox was, which will be quite relieving for him to find out that Coxey not
28.
on a finish and
Jack
not shaving too
12.
much off. So time here for Jack Twedle to get things back level.
Game shown the fourth leg.
Chased it
Jack
round the board,
Twedle.
got there in the end. Levels things up, just as we'd
Fifth
expect
leg
here.
leader through first.
A game
Game on.
that could and probably will go the distance.
At the moment, we've only had 4 legs
60.
to this match, and 3 of them have already been 15 darters, but there were 15 darters where, obviously, whoever won the leg missed darts at a double.
140.
This is the third time that the pair have met this week as well. They was both in the Group B campaign. On Thursday, it was the last game of the evening. Jack
140.
Twedle picking up the victory there by 4 legs to 2. On Friday, Lee Cox got his revenge. A 4-3 victor
91.
over Jack Twedle. 2 tightly contested games where very little to separate them. And it looks like we're going to get the same here for a third time.
125.
I guess if we'll get a fourth time, it'll be the same again.
Actually, keep splitting them. That's the problem we've got.
100.
And you feel Jack's got the first shot at a finish, but you feel Coxey with a good shot here. Yeah, fantastic. After 12 darts to leave Tarts, but you feel for Jack, he has to take this 170 out.
He gets the first shot, but you'd still rather be Lee Cox in that situation.
94.
Roll the dice and hope that he doesn't hit it, and he doesn't. And again, after 12 darts, Lee Cox on the double, he hits it. And this is what I like to see with Lee Cox. That little bit of fire coming into his game. Because I think that's him being natural. I think that's how he plays when he plays locally, when he plays his Super League, when he plays his tournaments in his local area. I think that's the version of Lee Cox you get, not the more timid version we sometimes see here at the Super Series.
No, 100%, because let's be honest, that's natural. That's a natural instinct for obviously you need to do. Sometimes you do feel you have to hold it back or rein it in a little bit. But that's the thing with Lee, isn't it? He's grown into a very watchable player and a very enjoyable watchable player.
Yeah, I think sometimes when people get to like a TV stage, they sort of worry about how they're coming across. And maybe Lee just fell into that, where now he's like, do you know what, I don't care how I come across. The part I want to care about is how I come across on the left-hand side of the screen, on the dartboard side, because that's the side that's going to pay me some money.
125.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And like you said, some people can't adapt, fantastic, as we would call floor players, and for some reason they just sometimes struggle to get their game on the stage or a TV, cameras, and sometimes you just have to be, if it feels good at the time, go for it.
58.
That'll feel good there for Lee Cox. Jack Twedle only finding the 58. Lee Cox may fancy himself here to get 6 darts at this.
65.
Good use of the board.
60.
Leaves him a potential 2-darter. Jack Twedle, he had a shot at the 170 in the last leg. Wasn't able to scare that. Doesn't have a shot at the 160. And Lee Cox now, a chance for the points.
Looks like he's double 18.
56.
I don't know about you, Matt, but I thought that second dart was a bit of a waste. The treble 20 would have been perfect for it.
Well, Twedle thought that one was in. Halfway down the hockey, ready to collect it. Chasing it round. One more dart, one more opportunity. That might be the last 15. Dart he gets to throw in this game. Match darts for Cox.
$20.
Match darts missed for Lee Cox.
So it's 2 2s. You feel this is the last dart saloon.
1. Liuka 20.
Well, he's had his chances, hasn't he? It's been in his own hands, Jack Twedle. He's been unable to take it. And Lee Cox missed 3 match darts, but he will miss no more. Lee Cox sets his stall off tonight with a good victory there over Jack Twedle. He is fired up, he is pumped, and that is when Lee Cox will start to produce his best. Good performance there from both. Lee Cox, an average of 91.91. The doubles being the key. He says when they go in, he wins, and he's right on this occasion. Coming up next, Mark McGinley, David Evans.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
So two games down on this Saturday night. We saw Graham Musher get out the tracks of a 4-1 win against Mark McGinley. Lee Cox got the better of Jack Twedle 4-2 in Game 2. And match number 3 is a meeting between Mark McGinley and David Evans. Stretch looking for his second weekly title in 3 appearances. And I caught up with him early on this evening. David, another Saturday for yourself here at the Super Series. In terms of your Group B campaign, what will be your overall assessment of it?
Yeah, it was quite steady, to be fair. I don't think anything was below 80, I don't think, so I was averaging quite well, playing well, getting to the finishes but not finishing them off as clean as I'd like. But yeah, an overall good campaign, to be fair.
I get the sense you're the type of player that you don't really care about how, as long as you're into Saturday night, to a certain extent at least anyway. Yeah,
Absolutely, as long as you're into Saturday night, that's the main thing. Lost a few games yesterday that I don't believe I should have done, but it did happen. Started off slow with a few of them and then came back, especially the one against Adrian, being 2-0 down and then managed to scrape it back. But I'm here and that's the main thing.
How would you epitomise your relationship with the Super Series?
I love it. You know, it was the start of my career, to be fair, during lockdown and everything else, and everything that the powers that be at Modus helped me through it, and it was the start of my big career, to be fair.
Played the first Champions Week of 2025. How much would you like to play the final one of 2025, and of course with the Global Championship in play as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's massive. If you get there, you get to Champions Week, you win the Champions Week, Global's there. There's a lot of money on offer and a big title to go with it.
When you look at it, could the end of the season, the back end of the season, be the most profitable part of the season for yourself? Yeah,
it has. I mean, the last time I come down, I wasn't that confident, but I managed to get the win last time I come down. So yeah, I've actually put the time and effort in this time. So you know, if I'll be honest with myself, I feel dangerous. I really do.
Well, I wish you all the best, David. Good luck.
Thank you.
And only needs one. And that is exactly what he has got.
Winning 15 matches in a row, winning all of his games 4-3 tonight, including the final. Good Evans, it's David's day at the Super Series.
David's turn. And he doesn't need no second dart.
In the lead he goes. What a turnaround this is for David Evans.
Game 3 of the night, and in commentary, it's Matthew Edgar and Keegan Brown.
Well, for the first time, we've got a player going to the stage, not trying to play down their chances and their hopes. David Evans takes to the stage for the first time this evening against Mark McGinley, who is back in need of a win. He's been on the stage already. He went down by 4-1 to Graham Musher in what was a good performance from Mark McGinley. But he needs to keep those levels up here against David Evans, player who's been on the professional tour, a weekly winner in Series 10, looking for another opportunity through to finals night and Champions Week. Mark McGinley can book his place through to the semi-finals if he is to pick up this win by 4-0. David Evans, it's very simple. Win the game and you're in. Mark McGinley would go home and David Evans would go through and take Graham Musher with him.
Mark to through first. Game on.
It's time to get the notepad out, Keegan. Permutations are here.
And it can't be any more simpler for both players. And let's be honest, unfortunately McGinley ran into a
45.
very strong Graham Musher. But to be fair, this man, I feel he holds the cards to this one. He just knows he goes 4-0, 4-3 win. He knows he's in.
This is one of those games, isn't it, for Mark McGinley, that when you sit here with a microphone in your hand in a lovely air-conditioned room with a nice comfy chair, it's very easy to sit and say, well, if you just replicate what you did in the first game, you'll be fine.
96.
He averaged 96.57. He took out a 104 finish. It was a good performance. Does that again here, he's likely to win. But when you're down there and you've just taken that defeat and you're coming up here
55.
trying to find again, you can quite often push a little bit too hard.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the thing. It's all about keeping the composure. And Mark knows, played like he did
41.
in the first round match against obviously Graham. I feel that's a good opportunity, and because Mark played so well, you feel that actually could backfire on Evans, because Evans knows, well, hold on a second.
100.
Mark had nearly a 97 average and lost. He's playing well. I need to better that to make sure I go through. And I think sometimes bit of a seesaw effect.
Composure and patience required
80.
from Mark McGinley. However, let's go even deeper. It's not just the defeat he's had to Graham Musher playing well. The last time he was here on a Saturday night, 95-98 average, and didn't get through the group. He made me thinking this place is cursed on a Saturday night.
And let's be honest, there's not too much you can do about that. If you've absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at someone on the dartboard and not winning, you're not doing a lot wrong, are you?
David Carr 72.
He sets himself up here, but he may not get a shot. David Evans will be expecting a dart. Will get a dart. It's a dart at tops to break the throw of Mark McGinley here 52. In the opening leg. Just pulls it a little bit low.
So Mark should be looking at 20s to kick it off, and he does. So it'd be it's double 16.
86. David Carr 20.
I get the hesitation there because he's been great on tops, so could easily have gone 2 for tops there, but McGinley sticking with the plan, going for the double 16.
Game shot the first leg.
David Evans. And we said we're going to see passion tonight.
Second
I think we're seeing a lot of controlled aggression as well. Lee Cox showing a lot of that in the previous game. 4-2 victory for him against Jack Twedle. David Evans doing the same. I get the vibe that practice room tonight is very respectful but very individual. I can imagine there's not too many jokes,
100.
too much banter going on. It's head down, maybe even headphones in, business night.
And that's what's needed, isn't it? If you want to go out there and perform, you don't
16.
have jokes with the oppositions, do you? You wouldn't see two boxers having the laugh and the joke before they absolutely want to kill each other's heads off, do you? But yeah, darts is no different. So yeah, I think that'd be a lot of controlled aggression with a lot of testosterone mixed in at the same time.
Well, one thing we do know is David Evans winning that leg means that Mark McGinley is not going to have it all in his own hands here. A 4-0 win was
99.
required for the Gladiator to guarantee his passage through to the semi-finals. He can still get to the semi-finals, but would need other results or other darts to go his way. For now, He's just got to make sure now he gets the points on the board here against David Evans, which is not looking like an easy task right now.
140.
And you feel with Evans, he's one of them players where when he's got the momentum, he's very hard to stop, isn't he, as a player?
Well, he's naturally a very confident man, isn't he, David Evans?
80.
So imagine how he's going to feel when he's actually playing well.
It's a scary thought, isn't it?
Bullseye, if he chooses
84.
Chooses to be sensible. Tonight's not the night for messing around. Tonight's not the night for flash. Maybe if he wins this game, he's playing Graham Musher a bit later on, that might be the time to get a bit of flashness in.
56.
But right now,
40.
it's about the points, it's about the qualification, and it's about trying to send Mark McGinley home.
And at the moment, it looks like Evans' plan, I would say, almost getting there.
No score.
He was really in two minds there, wasn't he? Drawn the dart to go for the double five. Look where McGinley was. Went to throw it away. Then thought about it again. Maybe thought about splitting. But I think he's done the right thing there. Go back to 40. Have points
40.
to play with.
He goes back for tops.
Game shot mid second leg. David Evans.
That just proves that that was the right thing there for David Evans. Good clarity of thought.
Third leg marked through
Good
first.
control of this
on.
game. This is now getting desperate for Mark McGinley. He's only got one leg on the board so far this evening. He's got to kick in soon. He's got to kick in now.
140.
He needs to find that form from the first game against Musher. You'd feel if Evans just keeps doing what he's doing,
58.
He would think, do you know what? I've got off quite lightly here, considering how Mark played in the first game.
Context comes into play though, doesn't it? In that first game it was new, it was exciting. In this game it is desperation where David Evans still has that extra life. He knows he's got a game coming up with Graham Musher. Regardless of the score in this match, he's got a chance still. Dream position for Stretch.
140.
But obviously, as we know, Mark's not going to give in too easily, is he? He's not called a gladiator for no reason.
100.
Demonstrated those fighting spirits in that game against Graham Musher. Nearly got himself back into the game.
$57.
Could get a chalk on the board here as well. David Evans, not on a finish yet, gives Mark McGinley 6 darts minimum here from the 136.
Staying up there. What we left for a dart in between.
60.
You feel Stretch needs... Well, it needs at least a 95, because otherwise Mark's got
55.
Another 6 darts in this position.
Yeah, this is a recorded message. 6 darts from Mark McGinley from here.
So it's double top for a 15 dart.
Game shot on the third leg.
Beautiful.
Mark McGinley.
The combination finish is what's really helping Mark McGinley tonight. The 2 legs he's won, he's done with a 104 finish and a 76. So he's taking his chances when he gets them. He's just not getting enough chances. He's only had 4 darts at a double tonight.
You know, and you feel for Mark, this is the time where he needs to make a big dent on Dave's throat.
140.
He'd be targeting and thinking, do you know what? Let's put some pressure on, get 2 big trebles, and see what Stretch does.
On the flip side of that, if you're David Evans, you'll feel you've done the hard work.
81.
You'll feel the damage is there. Sounds simple, but if he holds his throw, he's in. He's through. He's into the semi-finals and 2 wins away from picking up another weekly title here at the Super Series.
60.
You know, they are the throws where you kick off a leg with a 140 or a 180 and then you throw it up trebleless. You know, and that's the things where that killer instinct where you want another
100.
You know, a visit with 2 trebles to kill the leg off. But straight away, you know, Mark's only 19 points behind.
lovely adjustment there from David Evans. Oh, fantastic darts. That first one blocked it up. A lot of people would have been running for cover, not David Evans. He slides across the oche and just plays into the base of that barrel. Real good understanding of his darts.
100. David Carr 161.
So it's 161. Should be looking at treble 20s first. Hoping to set it up.
$91.
Marker hoping to fill it up. Unlucky not to do so.
David Carr 70.
So David's got first poke at the 70. And he does, so it's double 8 to go 3-1 up.
Game shot on the fourth leg. David Evans.
He's fired up, isn't he? He is up for the challenge tonight.
Fifth
He
leg
wants
mark,
another
fifth
title
first.
here.
Game on.
£5,000 Champions Week. ADC Global. The pathway is there. And there's someone now already on that pathway and taking them strides. Graham Musher, due to the fact that David Evans has got to 3 legs, is now confirmed as the first
45.
semi-finalist. Who's going to join him? Is it going to be McGinley or Evans? Right now, the safe bet is on Evans.
And he's kicking off absolutely superb. What he needs to do on this throw.
140.
Yeah, let's be honest, Mark's not done nothing bad, has he? He's just unfortunately caught
60.
2 players playing well against him.
He's going to wonder what's going on in this place on a Saturday night. Not over yet. Still a little bit of time left for Mark McGinley
61.
for one more big push. For one big act of defiance.
Brilliant 2 darts there for Mark, hoping to fill it up.
140.
You almost wonder how that fell between the two.
David hoping to do one better than Mark.
140.
That gets him down to a finish, so he's guaranteed an opportunity here to win the match. Again, he's got to stay straight.
85.
He's got to stay
David Carr
straight.
160.
That now means David Evans 6 darts for the match from here to send Mark McGinley packing. That's inviting. Oh, just a little kiss of the flight on the way in there, costing
100.
David Evans a chance at tops, but he will be back. That wayward last from Mark McGinley has give David Evans a little bit of breathing room, exactly where he'd wanted it.
Yeah, Mark would be annoyed with himself.
93.
Giving David an extra
Carr
3 darts.
60.
A little bit of pressure on this. Should be looking for 20 for tops for the match. So it's double top to send McGinley home. 2 10s.
Game shot of the match. David
And
Evans.
home he goes. A great performance there from David Evans. Controlled, clinical, with just the right amount of aggression. 2 really good friends away from the oche, but on the oche, enemies, and it is David Evans who picks up the victory. 4 legs to 1, that sends David Evans through alongside Graham Musher. They are the players that will qualify from Group 1. They will have a head-to-head clash coming up a bit later on. Mark McGinley can take a lot of credit in the way he's played tonight. A 96 in his opening game, an 88 there. I'm sure we'll see him again soon. We'll also see Jack Twedle. He's coming up against Ashley Coleman.
He'd won the international pairs with Danny Van Tripe and they were raising the trophy together. And it just so happened that it was Jimmy that executed him. It seemed like Graham struggled with the noise in this place. Wasn't able to make the final for a second time. And a lot of people think it might have been because of the amount of support that Jimmy had. His darts career has been a bit up and down, but moments like this, they really are worth it, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's great to see again. Jeff Smith is just one of those really good guys in darts.
Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner recap what happened in the previous Champions Week in Series 11. That's after we're done this evening. Jeff Smith, of course, winning the title. We're going to see him next week. But in terms of tonight, well, so far we know two of the semi-finalists that have progressed their way through to the Final Four, and that is because of David Evans' 4-1 win over Mark McGinley, meaning both him and Graham Musher are through. We could see a similar situation in the next one, because if Ashley Coleman gets the better of Jack Twedle, he will go. Coleman and Cox will be into the semi-finals, and the final two games would be eliminating matches to see who tops the group. Right, let's hear from Ashley now. I caught up with him earlier on this evening. Ashley, into another Saturday here at the Super Series. You must have been ultra delighted with the way that you played on Friday.
Yeah, well chuffed. Thought I was solid, consistent, and made up for Thursday.
What did you feel like you had to complete the card on Friday to get through before play got underway?
I weren't thinking about the card. I was just like, play it like you do a knockout tournament. Just win every game. If you win every game, you can't be out.
Into another Saturday here at the Super Series. And this is becoming a bit more of a regular habit for yourself now, isn't it, getting through to these Saturday nights compared to kind of where we saw you at the start of your journey here?
Well, yeah, I think the experience of me as a player, growing with also Unicorn and my other sponsors, has helped, and getting more experience under my belt in the year.
Where would you say you've kind of transitioned from a player, from the one that we saw on debut to the one that I'm standing speaking to now?
I'd probably say I'm 30% better than I was, 30% average-wise better, but who worries about averages is all about winning.
And who knows, like this could be the night where you finally have the breakthrough. This could be the moment, couldn't it, for Ashley Coleman?
Well, anything's possible, but there is 5 amazing players in that back room, so we'll see who's got the best steal on the day, as they say.
Biggest achievement if we were to cross the line?
Probably biggest achievement, like financially and win-wise, but I've had a good year, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, I wish you all the very best. Ashley, good luck tonight.
Thank you. And I think I've settled into the stage now. I'm going into comps now, and I feel like I'm going to win them instead of feeling like, I might get through a few rounds. I want to do what no one's done in here. Let's see what we can do this week.
Can wrap things up. That was mustard. Oh. Shimmies across, fires it in, 2-0. Shuffles across.
Game shot on the first leg,
And once
Ashley
again,
Coleman.
and it does go.
Game shot on the second
It didn't
leg,
look
Ashley
likely,
Coleman.
but he found the bullseye.
Oh, it sounds like one of those contortions. You know, you go to one of those Halloween fairs and things like that. You know, like the scary ones where you go underneath into the darkness and that. Not for me. Anyway, Coleman and Twedle, match 4, Matt and Keegan.
Yeah, I can imagine Henry screaming, running out the doors of one of those for sure. But there are some permutations to be very well aware of this, just like in the opening game. Ashley Coleman looking to continue what he was doing 24 hours ago. He was dominant in his Group C campaign, going through the card, winning them all, and he said it's like knockout darts. Tonight is very much like knockout darts, even more so, cutthroat nature of the evening. If Coleman is to pick up the victory here, he will qualify.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen,
with
boys and
any
girls. First
score
leg, Jack
line.
to through first. Game on.
Not only would Ashley Coleman qualify, he would take Leacox with him, dispatching of Jack Twedle, who could qualify himself. He would need
46.
score lines of 4-0 or 4-1. There's the permutations for you. But I agree with Ashley Coleman, what he said there. That he's
91.
starting to feel and he is starting to develop as a dart player. Because, let's be brutal, shall we say, with our assessment. I think when he first came to the Super Series, it felt like he was maybe a bit of a novelty performer.
140.
Now he's coming here as a genuine threat and a genuine dart player.
Yeah, the last 12 months for
140.
Ashley, he's definitely developing very nicely, but you know, these are the matches where you can tell, you know, what you've
100.
developed as a player
Joker,
mentally and both playing.
145.
So he's definitely going to have his hands full here with Jack.
90.
It's that as well as
Asuka,
mentally
170.
developing as well, because he's gathering experience all the time. Oh, hold on a minute.
145.
Oh, that would have been some way to start the
Joker,
evening.
55.
Jack Twedle would have had his heart in his mouth, because this game very important for
Game
Jack,
shot
and
for
what a
Jack
shot
Twedle.
that is from Twedle. What a start to the night.
Second leg, Ashley to through first. Game on.
You know, let's be honest, Jack's won 3 legs of the evening, and that been
95.
2 15s and a 14 darter. You know, that is a statement to how well Jack is playing tonight, and he's definitely carrying it on.
85.
So, when he's on, he's really on, isn't he,
121.
Jack Twedle? Maybe the issue so much here is not getting those 6-visit legs.
85.
Because they're the ones, essentially, that are the most likely to get you the wins here, especially at the Super Series.
Yeah, 100%.
85.
To be that, Ashley's playing, you know, playing well. You know, both players, obviously Jack's over the 100, Ashley's over the 110, so, you know, what a
19.
cracking match we've got installed.
Lovely pace to the game as well,
60.
isn't there? I think one of the things I really enjoy is watching two players that like to play with a lot of rhythm.
I think this is where
21.
experience
Asuka,
comes in,
140.
where you don't want to get lost in the other opponent's rhythm, if that makes sense, where they're both quick, but you don't want to get lost into the other one where you then just
120.
run around each other.
Yeah, you can get drawn into the pace, but you can also get drawn into a few silly moments, and I think that was a bit overly aggressive there. Jack
85.
Twedle back on
Asuka,
2-9-1.
20.
I mean, Coleman rescued it with the last start, but it did feel like a bit of a waste.
Maybe more of an exhibition
Game shot
type
on
of
the
shot.
second leg, Ashley Coleman.
Or certainly a percentage play if your opponent's there ready
Third
to
leg,
strike,
Jack through first.
going for the
Game
bigger
on.
target. In that case, you've just got the risk of throwing off the board like he did.
And that's the thing, it's doing the right things at the
57.
right time where, you know, if that was me, I would only go double where somebody's on a finish, because obviously, you know, the double's twice the size of a treble, but I wouldn't do it when somebody's a good 150, 200 points behind me.
I thought we were going to get a bit of the old Brendan Dolan helicopter there, but it was almost like the old Alan Shearer celebration there for Ashley Coleman. I'm a big fan of that.
I would have thought he's more of a Norwich fan than he was Newcastle.
122.
I feel Jack in the moment, I think he's getting lost in Coleman's pace.
The whirlwind that is
93.
Ashley Coleman, because right now it's not just about the pace that he's playing, it's the quality of which he's throwing as well.
And let's be fair to Ash, he's thrown at
82.
almost 107
88.
average.
Absolute class start to the evening.
63.
Why did the bullseye on the 170? Does the same again there. He's knocking on the door.
It's a good marker. Should be a ton.
60. Asuka, 25.
Not to get more of that. So it's 2 12s. 2 6s.
13. Januka, 80.
Oh, big opportunity there for Coleman. He's had a couple of visits there to get the job done. Jack Twedle looking to save his skin here. This is one of those legs we're talking about, those 6-visit legs. That's what he needed to tighten up on, and he did. That keeps his hopes alive of keeping it in his own hands. Had Ashley Coleman won that leg, Jack Twedle would have needed results outside of this match to come into play.
You know, and maybe that's the experience what Jack's had this year, where
81.
you know, he's not worried about somebody being in front of him, but you know, put yourself in a good position to leave a finish. And you know, to be
57.
fair, Jack did beautifully there. You know, cleaning up that 80 with the 3 darts.
I think what experience tells you is you don't have to win every moment. When you
43.
first start, you almost feel you have to outscore your opponent every 3 darts. Have to beat them every 3 darts. Have to finish. And actually what you learn to realise is, well,
58.
I can make that ground up with a 140. I can make that ground up with a good finish. I don't have to beat the player shot for shot. That's not how the match is won.
59.
Definitely not. It's more of a, you know, I used to find it was more of a mini battle of different games where, you know, if you're a couple of hundred in front, you just think, do you know what?
140.
Go for a 140, 180 sort of thing to get yourself in the rhythm. And I always find if you were that behind an
40.
opponent, it was always good hitting a ton
Asuka,
or a 140,
66.
the last throw of that leg to then restart the other one.
This was the target.
54.
Just missed to get the breaker throw. Missed it to get the hole, but this time again, Jack Twedle nowhere to be found. Jack Twedle making no inroads at the moment on the Ashley Coleman throw.
100. Asuka,
And
12.
this is now time for Ashley Coleman. 6 darts if he needs them to get the job done. Could play into that, a wall of tungsten.
6.
That makes things tricky. Jack Twedle may just be piquing his interest right now.
You know, Jack knows that a ton will put him in good position.
58.
But even the
Asuka,
58,
6.
still an opportunity on the Shanghai, but Ashley needs double 3. Is that going to be a friend or a foe? And it is a friend.
James on the 4th leg. Ashley Coleman.
Well, you kind of felt he was going to hit the double 3,
Fifth
didn't
leg
you? Remember that
Jack to
viral
first.
clip
Game
of Ashley
on.
Coleman on the double 3? Was playing in one of the online streams against subscribers. Wanted 18. He went double 3, double 3,
57.
double 3. Thank you very much.
And they were the days before AI.
140.
Jack now knows this is now or never.
100.
Well, he now knows it's out of his hands. 4-0, 4-1 would have guaranteed his passage through to the semi-final. Now, he needs other results to go his way.
140.
The first thing he's got to do is make sure this result goes his way, which is not going to be an easy task.
95.
You know, and at the moment, unfortunately, Jack is around nearly almost 20
66.
points behind Ashley. And obviously, there's Mark McGinley in the crowd. It's always good to see the players
57.
socialising
Asuka, 155.
on a Saturday night here at the Modus Super Series.
One of the unique aspects, isn't it?
139.
Interactions that you get with the players. The up-close, personal nature of the Super Series. Not only that, you get to
60.
see some real quality,
Asuka,
like Ashley
16.
Coleman is doing once again. Down on a double after 12. Just chasing it round,
Game
gets
shot on the
over the
fifth
line
leg.
and finally
Ashley
gets that
Coleman.
breaker throw against Jack Twedle. He's been threatening it for the last couple of legs.
Sixth leg,
This
Ashley
time
to
finds it.
first. Game
But the
on.
question mark is there at the moment. Which Ashley Coleman are we getting? Are we getting the Ashley Coleman of Thursday, who looked amazing, but gave away too many
94.
opportunities, missing doubles? the Ashley Coleman that won all his games yesterday. So far, 3 from 17 on the outer ring, Ashley Coleman. For those of you who like to deal in percentages, that is just 17% as things stand. But he's winning.
And at the moment, that's all that matters, isn't it?
60.
You feel for Jack. Needs a treble.
45.
What a time to find a maximum for Ashley Coleman. That is his 3rd maximum of the game, and it puts him down to a finish of which, once again, he finds himself with time. 6 darts if he needs them, treble 19, a dart at the ball. For the 3rd time in this game, Ashley Coleman grazes the bullseye. But was there an argument there to lay up?
Yeah, definitely. There's no need to go for the bullseye there, in my opinion. Let's be honest, this 25 could become tricky, especially with Ashley's doubles.
No problems there on the doubles for Ashley Coleman. What a performance that was from start to finish. A whirlwind of quality from Ashley Coleman. Paul Hinks was impressed. Jack Twedle was not. It's not been the week for Jack Twedle. He's got through to the final, but we're going to see plenty more of him moving forward. He departs us. Ashley Coleman goes through. He takes Lee Cox with him, but we'll move back to Group 1. David Ovens, Graham Musher.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Musher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper.
He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it?
It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the 2nd time.
Adam Kaplas has been eliminated.
Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more.
Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge reports of this is what we've seen so far tonight at the Modus Super Series, and we know the 4 players into the semi-finals now. David Evans, Graham Musher, Ashley Coleman and Lee Cox all in the final 4. They'll play off in the final couple of matches of the group stages to determine position. Right, we've got a special guest with us here in the studio, and that special guest is Manpreet Kaur. Manpreet, great to have you here. First of all, great to see you on this side. How have you found the darts so far this evening?
It's been an amazing night. The players have been absolutely amazing. The averages they're playing, if I was there tonight, I would be suffering for sure.
How have you found the week? How have you found the experience playing for the first time on your own here at the Super Series?
It's been incredible. I think I've grown in 1 week. I learned a lot about my mistakes. Having a chat with Graham, McGinley and everyone, they told me about my mistakes, where I need to improve my game. So once I go back, I'll work on these things and come back with a better player next time, hopefully.
So is this kind of like a test to kind of see where your game's at, to see where you kind of, compared to where I suppose the elite of the amateur game is at?
Absolutely. I'm not that bad actually, but I think I have a lot of growing to do. I learned a lot, like I said, so maybe next time I'll be a much bigger player and better, and hopefully I'll be playing the Saturday finals.
What were the big things that you learned this week? What did you come out of it thinking, right, this is what I need to do to kind of take my game to the next level?
I need to be consistent, especially I'm throwing good darts. Instead of getting the 140s, I need to hit the 180s and keep myself in the game. And my throw has a problem. I realized that this week, and Graham was good enough to tell me about that as well. Even Ashley was good enough to tell me. So hats off to them. So I'll work on my throw and make sure I'm consistent, hopefully next time.
Where is darts back home in Kenya and in the continent of Africa as a whole?
Yeah. Oh, it's growing. It's growing massively. Zero Darts is doing a fantastic job back in Kenya. Hats off to them. I'm here because of them. They manage me so well, and they're managing the tournaments incredibly well there. They're growing darts so fast. We had the first kids match play like a month back, 16 kids under 15 playing match play. It was fantastic. And them bringing me here with they've been managing me well, incredibly well.
And we've kind of seen in terms of the growth, particularly, obviously we've had qualifiers for the ADG to play in this, the Global Championship. I know Peter Vachuri won that last week. There's obviously been qualifiers for the World Championship. And it's amazing how that qualifier, the African qualifier for the World Championship, that's kind of like transcended the internet, hasn't it?
It's Kenya has brought itself on the map now. ADG gave us the foundation for it. And Kenya has blown off. We were here for the international players. Vachuri came for the singles. I'm here now. Then we have the big one, David Mundo coming for the World Championship. I think that's the biggest accomplishment for any Kenyan. And we're super proud. And it's just the way forward now that more Kenyans will be presenting themselves. If not me next year, hopefully will be another Kenyan representing the country here.
And just finally, what's next for yourself? What's the end of 2025 looking like? And what would you like to do in 2026?
Hopefully I make it for Modus again, for international players and for singles. Then the World Championship next year, I should be a better player, and hopefully I should make it all the way.
Well, it's been great having you here this week, Manpreet. Thank you so much for your company as ever. A couple more games to go in terms of the group stage action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to get to the final game in the first group, and it is a meeting between Graham Musher and David Evans. And in commentary, Matthew Redcar takes on Keegan Brown. No, he doesn't. Commentary.
Well, hopefully we'll be taking each other on. Maybe in Champions Week, Keegan.
Yeah, why not, eh?
Just not tonight. Tonight, David Evans is going to be taking on Graham Musher. And we know that both players are through, but we don't know in what order. We don't know who's going to be top in the group. We don't know who's going to be second. Now, that does have significance, the winner of the group. We'll play the runner-up of group number 2. We'll find out who that's going to be in a few moments' time. Actually, Coleman taking on Lee Cox. But also, it gives you the advantage of throw, which is quite important, isn't it, in the short warm-up game?
Yeah, definitely. You know, you want to get to your opponent first by making sure you got the throw. There's nothing worse when you know you have to break the throw to win a game.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. First leg, David, you through first. Game on.
The key here, though, is keeping that focus. It's very, very hard, isn't it, to sort of dip in and out. You can't just clip a switch like a light switch and expect that concentration and focus to be there.
And 100.
Was that a danger potentially there? Graham Musher didn't even want his practice starts, was he? Virtually throwing him underarm, which, as we know, is a foul.
45.
Let's be honest, them underarm darts was actually more than 45.
Graham Musher, a very unique player, actually. Have you seen him? He can actually play left and right hand, but keep the same standard.
100.
That is very unusual. That is very, very unusual.
I was just reading the sign there, and I came to see Gordon Ramsay, and then I looked further down at the last. Was that David Wazuki?
I think it was.
David Wazuki, player here at the Super Series. Been to a few Saturday night himself, hasn't he? He's here supporting Lee Cox, as a lot of players are. And I believe that's because
83.
Chelsea's on this weekend, isn't it? Just down the road. 5 times he's been to the finals night himself, David Wazuki. Make that 6 if he wants to claim this one.
85.
If that's the case, I'm probably one of the most appeared players at finals night.
64.
I was going to say
David
along you and Henry, but obviously we know Henry doesn't play the game.
Stats are stats. Bit cushy this though. Early goings here for David Evans.
76.
Leaves himself on an area of the board we know that he loves.
24.
And that was random from Graham Musher. Even if he'd had hit a single 20, he would not have left a finish. And his mind's just not there, is he, Graham Musher, in this one?
No, so far it isn't. And, you know, sometimes it is all about that gap, isn't it? Where, you know, you think Graham through the...
Graham first.
Obviously played the first match. He's then waited another 5 to get back on. And sometimes it does take a good leg or so just to get the eyes back going as such. And just to find the markers more than anything.
It's one of those where
100.
It's sort of tough on both sides. You're going up there, you know you're through. That was be the target. That would have been the focus from the moment you wake up in the morning. You think about that qualification moment. Oh, there she is, revealed.
I'll say, I thought it looked like an episode of Blind Date at one stage.
140. $99.
You know, to be fair to Evans, he's taken full advantage. He knows that Graham's not playing as well as he did in that opening match, and you know, all Dave wants to do for me is just break throw, hold, and you know, nearly there already.
$85.
Seen that a few times this evening, haven't we? Just keep the dart straight, you leave a finish, and ending up finding the dart in the 5. Gives David Evans a little bit of time here to get the breaker throw.
65.
Brings it down nicely. Leaves a simple 2-darter. Just single to double. Musher's throw in big trouble.
140. David Carr 56.
Evans should be looking at 16 for tops. This is double top for a 2-0 lead.
Game
and he
shot
does.
the second like David Evans.
Cushy. Easy for David Evans
Game
so
on.
far. Graham Musher not had a dart at a double in the opening 2 legs. Not really laying down much of a threat as things stand. Will no doubt play his part on the evening though. Came so
55.
close to reaching the grand final, didn't he, in the last series? Went down to Jimmy Van Schie in the semi-finals.
22.
Van Schie would then go on to lose to Jeff Smith, who's back next week looking to defend the Super Series title. Something that has never happened since Luke Littler a couple of years ago now.
100.
I think at this stage, could be a bit of a concern at the moment if you're an Usher fan. You know, he just can't really get anything going, can he? And let's be honest, Dave's not on his B game, is he? He's just coasting it at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of harsh punditry here, maybe, but you can only
85.
really say what you see, and I think Graham Usher has just not had the right attitude from hitting the stage. Throwing away practice starts, looking very sort of relaxed, almost carefree. David Evans is just cruising his way to a victory at the moment.
Yeah, right, the way you said, it sounds like we're being quite harsh, but this is not what we expect from Graham. We expect him to be on it like it was the first match.
It's hard, it's part of the job sometimes. You come across as harsh, you come across as critical, but we can only say what we see.
56. Glenn McCall 154.
So 154. Hoping to set it up.
Thank you.
Coming very easily distracted as well, isn't he, in
44.
this one? I suppose that's coming
David
because
Carr,
things just
90.
aren't quite working for him at the moment. And it is a very quiet arena. You can sort of hear any sort of little bits of noise. We talk about the benefits of this close, intimate arena, but it does bring with it its own issues, doesn't it? With the
32.
sound, the little
Carr,
creaks if you're moving
110.
on the seats.
$60. David Carr 58.
Has he even got a head on those shoulders in this game? It's bizarre.
David tops 210s to go 3-0 up.
53.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for the bullseye here.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. It surprised both of us. So it's 210s.
Game shown the third leg. Graham Usher.
Well,
Fourth leg, Graham
wouldn't have saw that coming, would you? The way that David Evans has been just sort of cruising through this one, but it can start to distract your opponent as well, can't it? It can sort of eke into the whole vibe of the game.
This is where Dave can't really take too much notice to what Graham's doing. He just needs to focus on his own game because, let's be honest, he should have been 3-0 up at this stage.
And I'll go as far as saying that is the next logical development for David Evans within his game. Because I think at times
43.
he can just get a little bit distracted by sort of the theatrics of the game. Maybe making a bit of eye contact at times. Maybe like Graham Usher has clearly wanted to make eye contact with David Evans on a couple of occasions and engage in whatever's going through Graham Usher's mind. At that point, if Evans has got his head down, just focus on what you're doing.
45.
I think that's the next sort of step for David Evans.
Yeah, definitely. And these are the sort of games where you do need to learn that. And to be fair to Evans, he's coming out very strong in this fourth leg.
100.
I have to say, how shiny is his shoes today?
Oh, they've been shiny all week.
David Carr
Nice
139.
pair of Bobby Dazzlers. One of the rare players that actually wears dress shoes now for darts. Most people moving towards the trainers.
So it's treble 20 for Dave to leave tops.
39.
He ends up rounding it off, leaves a nice round ton.
What pressure is he going to be under?
100. David Carr 100.
Enough from Musher.
Should be starting at the 20s. 57 for tops. Should be looking at treble 18 to leave for 24.
40.
Chasing it
David Carr,
round without
92.
success. 6 starts on 139 and he's still not yet down to a double. Speaking of doubles.
74. David Carr 60.
So David 60, 20 for tops. So it's double top to go 3-1 up. And he does so.
Game shown of fourth leg, David Evans. Fifth leg, David is through first. Game on.
I feel that was quite an important leg there for Evans because, for me, it felt like he was just about to start losing the momentum in this one.
140.
Fair. David Evans, who's traditionally quite a good front runner as
81.
well. You don't see him throw away too many leads.
Does he go dog walking?
$131.
Don't think he'll go dog walking in those shoes. Walk across a field in those, I think you'll be ruining them quite a bit.
100.
They'll certainly show up, won't they, getting a bit of mud on them.
Dave hoping to set this up.
60.
Are we happy with 60? He knows it needs a Musher 180 to put any sort of pressure on.
83. David Carr 170. $56.
So you feel for the third leg in the row from Evans where this area of the match
98.
He's getting a bit lapsadaisical, should we say. Oh, look at them. Proper Kevin Painter shoes, aren't they?
Richie Howson's.
Yes.
Well, the big thing was about moving around the board. That's where it's not quite worked out. Now, even missing the big numbers.
74. David Carr 139.
So this 139 from Musher. Trying to get some composure, some rhythm. You know, so just needs to stay focused for the
24.
For the semi-finals at this stage, 40. I find.
Gives himself a clap, but he may have been the only one doing so. Double 10 for David Evans. This is for the match to get the job done. And he does. David Evans gets the victory over a very out of sorts Graham Musher. A very strange performance that sort of eat in from the practice starts. Graham Musher is going to have to turn it around and get his focus back for the semi-finals. The main thing is he's there. He's in the semi-finals, but he's going to have to play the winner of Group 2. We'll find out who that's going to be, because Lee Cox is coming up in the next game. He's going to be taking on Ashley Coleman.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Musher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper.
He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time.
Adam Kaplas has been eliminated.
Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more.
Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in the match.
Game! Go! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith!
So one more game to go in the groups. It's a meeting between Ashley Coleman and Lee Cox. In commentary, Keegan Brown and Matthew Edgar.
Well, a very bizarre game in the last one. Graham Musher finding no level of focus or determination. Well, he had determination, but he had no focus, did he? And we now move our attention to Group 2 to see who's going to be playing the Graham Musher. Who's going to be trying to recover from what was a very, very bizarre game. Winner of this game will play Graham Musher in the semi-finals. Whoever loses this will be going against the darts and will be going against David Evans. So we know who's in the semi-final. We don't know how it's going to work out, who's going to play who, but I don't expect we're going to get the same sort of game here. I think these are two players that are going to play this with the same level of intensity. Certainly Ashley Coleman.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. First leg, Ashley.
Let's be honest, both players are going to go up there wanting to beat each other off the board to make sure they get the throw. And, you know, and let's be honest, they would have seen the last match and they think, do you know what, if we can get some momentum, win this semi-final, they know they've got a very good chance against a Graham Musher that's played like that in the previous game.
59.
Yeah, because it's a weakness, isn't it? Because now Graham Musher's had that bad performance. He's had that time on the stage where it's almost not quite been right.
60.
Think of a football match. When the players go out and they're doing the warm-up and they're doing the training, they have to do it with that intensity. Because if you train lazy, when you get into the game, you'll start sluggish.
115.
There's a danger here that Graham Musher could start the semi-final a little bit weak, and one of these players could really cash in. It'll be the player who wins this game, though, that
100.
will be playing Usher.
There we go back, don't we, to consistency. Well, I think tonight, consistency is going to be king.
140.
And at the moment, Lee Cox is putting in a great performance so far in this first leg.
60.
Ashley Coleman said it so well earlier on in his interview when he said, I've just got to win 4 games. And I suppose on tonight,
99.
don't play this like group stages and semi-finals. The first one was the last 16. This is the quarter-finals.
97.
And just literally keep that mentality. 4 wins. 4. It doesn't matter that you can afford to lose one. You don't want to lose one. Who wants to win a title after losing a game in the tournament?
60.
Well, you don't, do you? You know, let's be honest. So it's treble 18. So it's bullseye to go 1-0 up.
93.
He's threatening one of those big combination shots, isn't he, Ashley Coleman?
Game shown the first leg, Lee Cox.
I also get the feeling, even if Lee Cox
Second leg leader through first.
just to take the foot off the gas a little bit, just to enjoy this game, almost have that same sort of attitude that we saw from Graham Musher, I don't think the couple of tables of people behind him who come to support him would let him live that down. I think they would be G'ing him up.
Yeah, 100%.
180.
It's good composure there from Lee. Just standing back after the 180 throw.
100.
That's unlucky not to be more of that.
$60.
We talked in the previous, when Ashley Coleman was on the stage, about the development he's had as a player. And he is right in his assessment. He has developed as a player, but I think we've also got to give Lee Cox the exact
91.
same credit and respect in regards to developing as a player, because I think mentally now, Lee Cox is getting stronger every single time that he comes here and when he's playing on the various
80.
systems.
That's your car 170.
Yeah, 100%.
Will your car
So he knows he goes good chance here, and he needs to one treble.
Well, you need to keep it straight. That was the first thing. Maybe just showing us there. I would have hit the bullseye had I got there, but I couldn't do the first bit right.
72. That's your car 90.
Should be looking at 20s, so it's double 15 for 1-1.
Game shown the second
He
leg.
loves that shot, does Ashley Coleman. I think that's the third time he's done it this week, and he does it in 2 darts as clean and as fast as that. Just bang, bang, treble, double. Thank you for coming. 1 apiece.
100.
It'd be good to see how Lee reacts to actually winning that previous leg.
I think maybe the reaction needs to come in regards to the poor effort at the 130. Not even keeping the dart straight on the opening dart when there's
55.
no blockers, nothing to work around, no deflections. But I will also go as far as saying maybe if that was the semi-final, it would have been thrown with a little bit more aggression that wouldn't have allowed the slip to the ball.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. You know, there's, as much as this game is important, you know, both players know it's job done. You know, it's job done. They're in the semi-finals, and all this contest is to see who gets the throw in the semis. That's all it comes down to. And I think sometimes you need that a little bit more additional pressure of you have to win to get through.
Well, one thing we've seen from the players tonight is they've all been trying to talk down their possibilities, their chances, but deep down they'll think, well, I could break the throw in the semi. I don't mind if I have to go against it.
Just bullseye.
62. That's your car 32.
One thing Coleman's going to want to see, though, is the double starting to go in a little bit better, and that is better from Ashley Coleman. Yes, he got the victory against Jack Twedle, but 15 darts missed out a double in that game, 4 from 19. This is a chance to get some time on the stage, rather than standing in the back room, throwing at a practice board, in the patterns of play, in the pace of the game, getting to get some good time on the board to put things right before the semi-finals. This is maybe better for Ashley Coleman right now than it is for Lee Cox, certainly if it's a positive doubles performance.
100%. You know, at the moment, obviously, Lee's almost averaging 100 on the averages, and he found himself 2-1 down. That's how good this game has been so far.
I suppose that's the development of Lee Cox that we're talking about as well, because if you had said before Lee Cox was averaging, well, now down to the 95 mark,
58.
you'd have said, well, that's Lee Cox at his best. He's playing his A game. That's what he's capable of. Where now you sort of feel like, okay, it's about par of the course. We know there's a little bit more in there now.
40.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and that's where, you know, to think where Lee was probably about 18 months
74.
from there to now,
21.
he's just grown into such a great player.
A very dangerous player, a well-respected player, and as you can see, by the tables full of people that have come to support him tonight, a very popular and likeable player.
$57. Leocar 78.
You feel, you know, the two players in the back room, they should be the ones practicing, because
38.
They should be looking at this game thinking, you know what, the game between Evans and Usher, they both know it wasn't their best, and they need to put something right, because
100.
You know, without being rude, against these two, they're going to struggle, I find.
Certainly on the balance of play so far this evening.
20.
Lee Cox now
Asuka,
starting to miss some
90.
darts at a double, but can he do it again? He loves this shot, this 90. Of course he can do it again.
Ashley Coleman.
I think we need to put 90 on Ashley Coleman's shirt.
Fifth leg Ashley to through first.
Strange how these finishers just seem to come in patterns. The fact he's leaving 90 as well just tells you there's something in the scoring and the way he breaks it
78.
down. Because it's not something you'd commonly leave on a regular basis.
No, definitely not. You know, that's to be honest, the only time you leave 90 is probably because you've had a ton or a 140 to leave it. You know, nobody purposely lives 90, do they? Let's be honest.
Well, it's all down to as well the patterns of how 55. You play from the first 6 darts, the 9 darts, and what you're doing in the scoring phase. So I'm going to ask you a question, Keegan. At what point of the leg do you start considering
100.
The finish?
From 350 and below.
I'd say very similar. Sort of second
58.
visit to the board. Bang on about this all the time. If you only get 1 treble 20, you cannot use the 19s as cover because it keeps you 9 darts away. And that's the changing of the
41.
game. Players starting to think about setting up finishers in the first 6.
And that's the thing, darts
41.
is a game of chess where you need to think what's your throw before you even play them 3 darts, if that makes sense. Where, you want to be able to go up there. If you hit a 2 treble visit, you think, you know what?
40.
I'm on 361. Start working out what do I need to get to. And, so many times where you see a player
59.
on, say, 305 and 302, and straight away they go for the 20s.
Oh, hold on. Oh, nearly a shot
95.
there, Lee Cox.
That's your carefully.
That would have been special, that, wouldn't it? 20 bull. A fine effort from Lee Cox. I'd love to have seen that.
36.
I think that's what we'd love
25.
to get on a Saturday night. Something a little bit flashy.
So it's double 8.
9.
Gets up, play it. Treble 20 leaves tops. And he does.
134. Leo Carr 16. Game shown the 5th leg Lee Cox.
Trying to get himself going. Trying to fight. Trying to dig.
Game on.
Which we did see quite a lot in his Group B campaign as well. There was a few times he was behind in the past. He'd have lost those games. Not now. He digs. He fights. He's developing.
140.
This is developing into a good battle out to win through for the semi-finals.
94.
One thing I do like about Coxey's throw, we all say dart throws are different, but
60.
I must say his is very similar to a Gerwin Price throw. And I know for a fact that
100.
His darts are very similar to Gerwin's as well.
Yeah, it'll be why they're working for him. Little adjustment as well within his throw I've noticed over the last couple of nights. Suddenly when he's
55.
playing well, he's just starting to engage that wrist a little bit. Not as ridges, not as wooden, not as firm, which is just going to tighten
43.
the arcs of the board. Rather than the dart sort of looping, going high to go low, it'll just tighten that in a little bit. And also make the dart travel a little bit harder and quicker to the board. It's sort of working between the 2 throws
58.
at the moment. You can just see them sort of where he's trying to put it in, or he's just naturally doing it. And when he's just relaxed and free, that might be where we're getting that tiny little bit of wrist engagement. But it's working.
69.
Phil Cox has got a great chance to make this 3-3. Looking for another to leave 48.
100.
But lucky not to do so. What sort of pressure can Ashley apply at this stage? Needs to find a treble.
59. Leo Carr
That leaves him a long
88.
way off. And you feel like this one now is likely to go the distance.
So it's bullseye.
63. Leo Carr 136.
What a way to win the match this will be. Not going to be the case.
96th, clear car 25.
She's looking at single 9, so it's 2 darts, a double 8.
Game show the 6-leg Leacock.
We go the distance. And there is my point. Even if Lee Cox wanted to lay down and accept his fate tonight, they're not going to let him. They didn't travel all the way to Portsmouth to support Lee Cox and see him go, oh, I'm not too bothered about this game. They are going to roar him over the line. They're going to hope that they can roar him to the title.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Where
60.
Not too. Viewers of darts won't really experience this, but having good support always gives you a good 10%, 15% on top of your game. And if you feel confident, you will feel like you can't lose.
I used the term earlier, showing off, because that's how it. When you're playing well, that's how it feels, isn't it? I've got these people here with me. You know how good I am. I'm going to show the world, and you're going to tell them about it.
119.
Great time there as well for Lee Cox to find his first maximum of the game. This is the development, the quality, the fighting qualities, the mental adaptation.
140.
What a response this is from Lee Cox.
And you can see how much that means to him. Giving it a hard stare.
100. Leocar 121.
So 1-2-1 for the victory. Staying up there still. That's good ball management. Should look at 60s at
85.
That's good. Good to leave. 36 after 12 darts.
World class from Lee Cox, looking to break the throw of Ashley Coleman here in the last.
Leocar
Coleman's there ready to
36.
strike. Should Lee Cox not be able to get the job done? The double-in has been a little bit erratic at times for Lee Cox, and the misses continue to come.
18.
They continue to come.
Ashley
3
Carl, 56.
missed match darts here for Lee Cox, and Ashley Coleman a chance to steal.
Game showing match.
Steal he does. A game that went both directions. Ashley Coleman racing into a lead. He was 3-1 up against Lee Cox before Lee Cox dug deep. It looked like he was going to get himself over the line, but 3 mismatched darts. And that there was an interesting tell from Lee Cox. A little shake of the head. He wanted that. He was hungry for the win. But the win goes the way of Ashley Coleman. Both players are through to the semi-finals.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGinley.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
And we're underway here in the Super Series. Steady start from Deacon, straight into the treble 20 with his first start. That'll settle him down. Murphy responds in kind, and that's a lovely...
Strange sometimes how it feels just sitting here, watching the darts, week in, week out, watching the players do what I used to do. Keep telling myself that I'm happy. I've moved on. I sit with a microphone in my hand, but deep down, that player inside just wants to come out. There's too much left just to sit and fade away quietly, and I can feel it. It's clear as day. I've got to get back up there. Not next year, not someday, but this series. I can't sit here any longer. It's time.
Finishers under pressure. That trend continues, and there's the showboating. Absolutely loves big dot, big moments, getting his shots.
You're definitely not going to win a BAFTA anytime soon. To be honest, if anything, that acting, that was like watching Will Mackenzie in The In-Betweeners, that was, with the autobiography and all the rest of it. You'd make a good Will for The In-Betweeners, by the way.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Anyway, in all seriousness, you're going to be playing here in a few weeks' time. You've had a little look on the hockey, you've had a little bit of a chuck on here. You looking forward to it?
It felt like a good idea at the time. And when you watch that and it becomes real and it gets closer, it feels a bit different. I mean, the adrenaline's going already, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to feel that again. I mean, part of this is because I feel like a little bit out of touch with things at the moment, and I want to feel what that's like again. I sit here with a microphone in my hand all the time, trying to explain what the players are going through. So I've got to get up here and experience it once again.
I know we have a bit of banter about what happened at Lakeside, but did a little bit about what happened there. And I know you worked all year towards playing at the WDF World Championship. Perhaps the way it finished a little bit, did that leave a little bit to be desired for yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to transition full-time into commentary and sort of come away from the playing side of things. And Lakeside for me was supposed to be where I was happy with how it ended, but it didn't end well. The fact that you stand there ridiculing me, of all people, I think...
You know it's bad.
Then I know something's
bad.
gone wrong. So I need to try and put it right. I mean, am I ready for this? Absolutely not. You know, I'm one of the busiest guys in the world right now. I don't have a lot of time to practice. I haven't played darts for about 10 months. But that doesn't mean when I get up here I'm not going to feel what I want to feel. I'm looking forward to the challenge.
Anyway, let's give it... No, we haven't got the lineup. Not yet. Anyway, we'll tell you when Matt's involved in due course. But for you, is it also weird because you don't know where your game's at? So is it weird for you to go into something without that feeling of how is it going to go?
I actually quite like that. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, and I feel like I'm missing that part of my life right now. I think ever since I was young, I've always had something competitive in my life, whether that's been football, MMA, boxing, wrestling, or darts. And I've had 10 months sat at home doing nothing, and I hate it. I need something competitive in my life. If darts doesn't work out for me, I'll take up chess. If that doesn't work, I'm going to do tiddlywinks. I'm going to join the poker league. I'm going to do something. So hopefully the darts is the way that I'll be able to get that out inside of me.
And hey, look, if Keegan Brown can get to Champions League, then anybody can, can't they?
Yeah, exactly. There's some really encouraging stories. And, you know, we can stand and make jokes, and we will, I'm sure. But there's also a lot of inspiring stories this very series, Keegan Brown being one of them. Keegan Brown, like myself, struggled with injury that sort of took him away from the sport, certainly in a professional capacity. And he's got himself through to Champions Week. He's won on here. David Pallett, struggling with dartitis a couple of years ago, probably thought he'd never win anything again in the world of darts. He's through, and he did so in style. Style which would make him the favourite on Champions Week as well. So there's some real inspiring stories that I'm hoping to draw on when I play my week.
Well, we'll see Matthew Edgar in due course. We know the date. We'll leak the date in due course. Anyway, this is what we've seen tonight. These are the fixtures for Saturday evening so far. We've got 3 more games to see us through to a winner. And in terms of the group matches, well, it was quite comprehensive in the end, really, wasn't it? The top 2 players in the group were confirmed before we got to the final couple of games, where David Evans got the better of Graham Musher 4-1. Ashley Coleman got the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 3. And Keegan has joined myself and Matt on stage. I can imagine seeing Matthew Edgar playing in a week probably boosts your chances of winning Champions Week, doesn't it?
No, to be fair, you know, Matt's a great player. You know, we've had Matt, you know, many tales on the hockey before when, yeah, it'd be good to play Matt again. And Champions Week final.
Just in terms of the Champions League final, see, they're already at it, aren't they, the pair of them? Can never get rid of the competitors out of them. In terms of what we've seen tonight then, chaps, I'll begin with you. First of all, your overall thoughts and observations of the 6 group matches that we've seen.
Honestly, I think we've only seen half a night so far. We got the results where we knew the semi-finalists, and I think the games we got at the end of that group stages was of 4 people that knew they'd qualified. The intensity was gone, the levels had gone. I think we saw a little bit of interaction between the players that we wouldn't normally see. They've got to switch it back on again now, which is quite a hard thing to do. 2 players have now lost on this stage, and lost maybe in style they wouldn't have normally have done so.
In terms of David Evans, he was the top player in Group 1. He won both his matches. What would be your prognosis of his night so far?
He's been consistent. You know, that's why he's top at the moment, and I just find that he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. But it's like Matt said, it's so hard to come off and then switch back on when you need it the most. And, you know, I think that might be the bit that's lacking in Dave's career at the moment, but keeps doing what he's doing. Who's to say he's not going to win it tonight?
King kind of mentioned it in commentary in that final game of Group 1. Graham Musher's a player that's got to have something right on the line. I think maybe that last game of Group 1, that was never going to play in his hands because he kind of knew that he was through.
Yeah, I said he wasted practice starts. You could see it. Mentally, I would say it was poor from Graham Musher. Uncharacteristically poor from Graham Musher. But one thing we do know is he can just switch it back on again. Graham Musher is probably one of those rare players that can play with that flair, that can play with that pace, and rediscover that form. I expect to see better from him in the next. He's maybe on his last opportunity here. When we look at sort of the journey he's going on, I think he's going to get his tour card back in January. I'll certainly make him one of the favourites to do so. This is his last chance to pick up a Super Series title, because who knows when he comes back, what player will get back at the back end of that next card.
In terms of the other group, and in terms of Ashley Coleman, there's been really good patches this evening. Does he have to be a little bit more consistent, though, in the semi-finals?
Yeah, definitely. You know, let's be honest, he's played well in his 2 games. Could have done a lot more. Sometimes he's got let off a couple of times with the odd double here and then. You know, I think one of the games against Jack, his doubles were like 17%. You can't do this in the semis. You need to be around 40 to 50. But yeah, I think if he plays like he is, we can't never rule him out.
Lee Cox will be smarting a little bit about that game, because he got it back to 3-3, then had a chance to win it, and then kind of handed the initiative back to Ashley.
There was a little tell as well at the end from Lee Cox. Now, I was saying that the players didn't play with that level of intensity. I think Lee Cox was probably the person who certainly, he was 3-1 down, brought it back, ended up missing 3 match darts. But it was a little shake of the head at the end after missing those match darts. That was the interesting tell for me. The fact that now he's had that defeat, how does that affect him in terms of his psychology? We saw him recover well, though, in Group B. He was asked questions in Group B. He had the answers there. I'm liking what I see from Lee Cox tonight. He's a very focused, driven, passionate player. I fancy things tonight for him.
Well, let's have a look at the semi-finals then. This is what's coming up in a few moments' time live here on Pluto TV. Our first semi-finals are meeting between David Evans and Lee Cox. That's followed by Ashley Coleman against Graham Usher. Let's begin with the first semi-final, Keegan, and David Evans against Lee Cox. These two have got a bit of history here, two really experienced campaigners here at the Live Lounge. What for you is going to be the telling difference in this semi-final?
I think it's going to be Lee's ruthless aggression. You know, I'll be honest, at the beginning I called Lee to win it. I'm not going to back down for my thing, and I think he's just got a little bit too much for Dave tonight, in my opinion.
In terms of the other semi-final, we kind of said Ashley Coleman's playing in spells, but against Graham Musher, you've got to do that for the full course, haven't you?
You certainly have. Graham Musher's not going to let him get away with anything, but one thing I think we've got to be very careful of in this game is the pace. Both these players are fast. Both of them like to get on with it. Now, if I was playing this game, I'd go a little bit quicker to try and knock the other player out of rhythm, make them feel like they're on the hockey all the time, get in that whirlwind, that cycle, that flow. It'll be really interesting to see if anything's deployed here. We know Graham Musher is very thinking, shall we say, in regards to how he approaches a game. He'll be aware of that, and he'll be aware of the pace of Ashley Coleman. He may just try and knock him out of his stride.
For somebody who's been here recently, how difficult is it? You're getting towards the end of a very long week. For some players, they played 6 days. How hard is it when you get to the point where your body is probably aching the most that you find something, just a spurt for an hour and a half that gets you through the Champions Week?
And that's the hardest thing, isn't it? You know, when you do something repetitively so long for 6 days, you just think, just find that one gear, just that one gear, and that's the difference between good players and the elite players, because they often enough do find that gear, and they will just keep soldiering on until the end.
And it is that difficult thing, like we mention it so often, that at the beginning of the tournament, you get more rest time because you maybe sometimes only play once in a day or maybe twice in a day. At this point, this is bang, bang, bang. Big game after big game after big game.
As a player, this is what I'd love. The worst thing is that downtime. When that downtime's extended, you don't want to go in the back of the room and cool down. You don't want to be throwing at the board for too long aimlessly. You don't want to be sat down. It's a very tough thing to judge how to use that time. So if you've got 30 minutes, it's a lot to fill. 10 minutes is perfect. Get back there, quick refresh, back to action.
And as you can hear, Lee Cox is in the first semi-final because it's got a little bit loud in here. It's time for the semi-finals. Lee Cox and David Evans is going to get us underway.
Time for David Evans. This is for the match to get the job done. And he does. And Jack Twedle has been unable to take it. Lee Cox.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 12, Week 6, live on Pluto TV. We are now down to our semi-finals. Please welcome on stage for our first semi-final. It's Stretch David Evans and his opponent, Crafty Coxie, Lee Cox.
So here we go then. Lee Cox and David Evans will get our semi-finals underway for the evening. And in the commentary box for it, it is Matthew Edgar alongside Keegan Brown.
Well, here we go. Time to switch on. Business end of the tournament. The players have been playing all week for this opportunity, a chance to get through to the final. David Evans has been there before. David Evans has won it before. He wants to go all the way. The 25 grand of Champions Week would be a big one in regards to his CV. 2 times weekly final, the best that we have seen from Lee Cox. Not yet picked up a title, and that is something we know is on his to-do list. He wanted a challenge tour, tick. He wants a Super Series. We'll find out the answer to that tonight. And he wants a tour card, which we'll find out the answer in January. Big game here.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. First leg, David, you're through first. Game on.
Big players. expect this one to go the distance.
One of them 40.
I thought if Lee comes out strong, I think he holds the cards and the keys to this match, in my opinion.
45.
I think consistently he's definitely been better than Evans this evening so far.
Is there a danger, though, for Lee Cox that he's built this moment up, that now it's here, he comes up there and he sort of tries to be too deliberate? One of the things that's been good about
60.
Lee Cox is he's found a little bit of rhythm, he's been engaging that wrist. Is there a danger here that Lee Cox just comes up and tries to make sure, tries to place the darts in, or has Lee Cox evolved beyond that?
I can't fault you there, Matt. I think there's definitely the two tails there. I think there's nothing worse when you know this is time to perform and this is what you want, and there's nothing worse when it just doesn't go the way that you think it's going to go. And I just feel with Coxey, if he keeps banging in the treble 20 like this,
one of them 40.
Should see him get to the final. But to be fair to Dave, he's came out of the blocks really well in this match, and I think this first leg is critical for both players because Dave would be comfortable, but Coxey would be over the moon to break the throw.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, there's just that
44.
danger that things can just slow down a little bit. You can just become a little bit too deliberate in the action. Well, not going to go here for David Evans and Lee Cox. Expect to see him start
60.
on the middle of the board.
Rio Car 132.
He has been good on that centre of the ball.
Very wayward there, though. 25 would have left him a shot as well, but not going to be.
108. David Car
leaving it quite
41.
handy. But David Evans will fancy his chances here. Been good on tops today. Been good on tops all week.
Should be there.
1. Rio Car 24.
Well, Keegan Brown expected it. David Evans expected it. Lee Cox accepts it. Thank you very much, he says.
Second leg leader through first.
He needs
Game
that
on.
almost nervous energy taken for him, because that means that he will try and rise above that and be the calm person in the room.
I think that really helps, definitely at this stage, well, this late stage in the evening, where you've got support, and then, for them to keep going on, that's the thing that spurs you over the line.
Well, that's why in most other sports we have coaches and managers, because they're the ones to take away all
43.
that sort of nervous energy. Take away all that sort of pressure for you, so you can just concentrate on what you're doing. You don't have to try and work it out. David Evans, though, going to need to try and work this out very quickly. Missed opportunities to hold his throw in the opener. And when David Evans starts to struggle, it's when he becomes very, shall we say, dramatic
60.
on the hockey. Very animated.
Yeah, and, to me that's dangerous. You're playing a dangerous game, because as soon as you show any emotion, if I was playing Dave and had Dave was, head shaking or anything like that, that would give me so much positive thought in my game, because I think I've got you already, and that's, if Dave re-watches this back, I think that's one thing he needs to get more critical with himself. He can't be showing anything to the opponent.
Doesn't need to go 14 and bullseye here. Doesn't need to go 14 and bullseye here.
92.
So makes me wonder why he went to 14.
Yeah, I don't understand that. If you're going to go for the finish, at least go for it. Don't set it up and then
100.
leave another double.
32.
You could just use the 16s to do that. Either way, 3 darts in hand here for Lee Cox. Oh, that's tricky.
16. David Car 158.
Couldn't get much closer, could he? But Dave, with an outside chance, and it's 158, feel like it has to go.
Lee Cox looked left and right. I don't think he was fully convinced that it wasn't
94.
in. It was that close to the
16.
double, but he gets another go. Broke the throw in the opening.
He's
Leg,
on the
confirms
second
it
leg,
here. He's halfway there.
Third leg,
Making the
David to throw
most
first. Game on.
The slow start here for David Evans, which I do actually think, in fairness, is underselling this performance of Lee Cox. He's averaging around about 94 at the moment, which, when we're talking about Lee Cox in the semi-final, you wouldn't have put him there
100.
before. Keep saying the development of his game. This is it, getting stronger.
And this is the thing, he knows that Dave's not
85.
came out on all cylinders in the semi-final, but you know, to be fair to Coxey, he's just doing enough. As he's just solid 2-16 dart throws, 2-0 up, winner, chicken dinner.
140.
Credit David Evans. 2-0 down, not playing well with the darts. He loses this leg, he's in big trouble, and he is finding at the moment
66.
his best leg of the game so far.
But he feels like he has to, because he needs to, you know, he would have felt at the start of leg, he needs to start playing well against Lee, because he knows 3-0 was a very hard task to get back.
100.
Oh, he does have to. Can't afford a double breaker throw in a semi-final. Can't give Lee Cox 4 chances to get over the line.
60.
You may expect
Carr,
that he might miss 8 chances. He's not going to miss 4.
And let's be honest, you know, Dave gave him 2 chances when he missed them, and Dave had 161. Probably looking back at the 20s to set it up.
137. $95. David Carr, 24.
So it's 2 12s for Evans. Let's get a peg on the board.
Getting shot on the third leg, David Evans. Fourth leg leader through first. Game on.
I think Paul Hinks just said the best words of this game so far. Game on.
60.
Certainly if David Evans can find something here, it well and truly is game on. Is there a danger here with Lee Cox that going 2-0 up with David Evans not playing well in the early part, he feels like he's then got something to lose?
Yeah, 100%. Lee knows he needs to find that treble sooner
85.
rather than later, and there's a good find that last up. But you feel straight away Evans has somehow managed to wrestle the throw only after 6 darts.
100.
$100 ahead now, David Evans on the scoreboard.
60.
So he's going to get a couple of darts here, you feel, come the back end of the game, may get more, to get himself back in control.
He needs to find a good treble visitor. Looking at 17s.
57.
So he's got a good chance. A good 140. Puts him back in contention.
100.
I remember the days when people were happy with hitting a ton.
Too much on the line now, isn't there? So much in regards to the rewards and the pathways that are available now.
140.
It's almost that panic. You just want more all the time. Even at 180, we're seeing people shake their heads like, why didn't he get 180 last time as well?
140. David Carr, 64.
So far, first chance to Dave. So he'd be looking at another one for 32. So it's double 16 to bring it back to 2-2.
32.
Yeah, real key exchange this one.
56.
David Evans missing his opportunity. Lee Cox, a chance of his own, will be expecting 2. Will get 2. A target that he loves. Inviting.
36.
Oh, he's pulled at that one.
David Carr, 32.
The dart nose diving at the end. Not fully propelled to the board.
That can be a bit of a blocker there for Dave.
Watch yourself, Inks.
You just know as a dart player standing behind this is going to go in.
No score.
What's an
Carr,
effort?
20.
I think he threw that over the head of Paul Hinks. Just grazes the wire. What a fine effort that was for David Evans. But that is the key. It's not about how close you get, it's about getting it in. And Lee Cox is one leg away now from the final of week 6 here at the Modus Super Series. However, David Evans fans, don't worry too much. He only needs the one break.
Well, I think he was just telling the darts off.
125.
In between. And this is a good start there from Dave. Even better start there from Coxey.
The darts was listening to the telling off, weren't they? They've responded well.
140. $58. $100.
So Coxey should be looking at 19s. Does. Says he's going to stay there for the rest of the throw.
133.
A great 1-3-3 there to leave 170. But Evans on 136. He'll have to take this out. But it's going to come back just to set it up.
96.
Well, what a way this would be to win the match. Not going to get his opportunity. But David Evans is only 1 from 8 on the outer ring in this game.
Getting shown the fifth leg, David
Those
Evans.
stats only tell us what's happened before. They don't tell us what's about to happen or what's happening. And right
Six
now,
leg leaders in
David
first. Game
Evans
on.
finds a big dart, lets out a big show of emotion. But this is where he needs the big leg.
85.
This is where you feel for Dave. He needs that sub-12 dart visit to get us back to a last leg shootout here at the Modus Super Series.
100.
Well, if he identifies patterns of play, he will now know that Lee Cox needs an extra treble. That one dart going in the 5 means you need the
85.
extra treble in regards to the scoring, because you can't just turn yourself down. You need the 140. And then the other problem is you'll need a 2 treble to a double rather than 1 treble to the bull. So there is a chance here for David Evans, just because the fact he's hit a 5.
42.
Well, there was a chance.
That chance has gone begging.
You get lost in the world of darts math sometimes,
100.
can't you? And that's where people talk about sometimes you can overcomplicate things. You've just got to play the board, certainly when you're the one trying to deliver the action.
Let's be honest, all you need to do is just keep hitting the
70.
treble. See, that's the point. If he was unhappy with that second dart, switch to 19s. You've got a completely open bed. You know, surely if you hit 19, it's 14 more points
57.
than the 5.
The warning sign was there, wasn't it? The first one skewed off and deflected, didn't learn his lesson, and just thought, well, maybe plan B should be do plan A better.
And he went quickly to plan C.
100.
And now he's in panic stations.
This is where you will see the experience of both players
39.
coming out. Let's check that. Watching the semi-final here.
What timing this is from David. What a shot, David Evans.
135.
What a time to find a maximum. Lee Cox pulls the dart. David Evans has earned
59.
this opportunity.
David Accar,
3
12.
amazing darts. Gives him 3 darts at the outer ring to level things up. To take us the distance, and we go the distance. He is fighting hard. He is scrapping hard. He is a leg away from another Modus Super Series final, and he will be the favourite from this point due to the fact he won his group and got the advantage of throw. We said how important it could be in regards to having the throw when the players was playing those loose games at the back end. Lee Cox
100.
missed 3 match darts himself How much will that come back to haunt him?
By the looks of things, not a lot.
Oh, I'm loving the passion. I'm loving the fight between the pair. Two very hungry competitors who really want this win.
93.
Every single treble being received with some show of emotion.
97.
I think this match hangs on what Dave does in this throw, in my opinion. That's brilliant, mate.
126.
Doesn't even finish, but he's below 200 after 9 darts.
Needs a treble. Needs to find
44.
a treble. Doesn't find a treble. And that is a look of worry. This game now about David Evans. He's got 40 points. He's got the darts and he's using them well.
135.
What sort of pressure can Coxey put those on?
100.
Either way, it's been a good leg from both players in this deciding one.
Two tens. Two match darts. Been and gone for David Evans. Lee Cox. Just keep him straight. One treble and he'll get a match dart of his own. That looks tricky. And you just see there, hitting 56. The dart. Blocked up the treble 20. Maybe that would have been a time to be looking at the ball. But David Evans, he's had 2 match darts already. He will get 3 more. 2 5s. Last chance.
Game shown the match, David Evans.
And look at the reaction for David Evans. It's always nervy, waiting until the last one, but he has got himself there. Lee Cox, what a battle tonight. What a week it's had this week. He has played well. It has been a good performance, but he has departed us. David Evans, wow, just look what it means to him. He's drinking it in. He's trying to calm himself down. He put over 10 points on his average from 3-1 down there against Lee Cox, who didn't get a match dart. It was match dart. It was match point for David Evans. He's through to the final.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
Requires 20.
Graham Musher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper.
He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it?
It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match dart again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he dart at double 16. Gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time.
Adam Gablas has been eliminated.
Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith! The silencer, Jeff Smith!
2 darts for double fourth in the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion!
Yeah, that's my whole game. If I'm finishing well, I can beat any player in the world.
Conor Heenahan!
But Hino is the hero, and the Irish Dream Team reigns supreme.
To achieve most things here, this is last on the list. Just get the name on the trophy.
It's the Highlander, John Henderson!
The Highlander hits the heights. A 160 finish to break the throw-up net.
I take all these wins as though I win a major. I kid you not, I really do.
Former Players Champion, a former PDC World Finalist. He is the artist, Kevin Painter.
What a finish that is from Kevin Painter.
Kevin Painter.
But I will still keep giving it as much as I can, as long as I can.
Yeah, looks good, doesn't it? This is how next week looks here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The defending champion, Jeff Smith, back to reclaim his crown. Conor Heenahan is looking for another weekly title, fresh at the back of qualifying for the Global Championship last night. Well, one of my favourite players to grace the Live Lounge stage is involved in Group B. Yep, John Henderson is going to be here, the Highlander, alongside the artist, alongside the dartist, formerly known as Spivey Man. Group C sees Martin Thomas. Now, you can't not smile when you see him in town. He's going to just dazzle us with his just brilliant self on Thursday and Friday afternoon alongside James Hubbard. And Joshua Burksville making a debut. Gets underway Monday morning 9:30 a.m. and we're going to be watching all the action, of course, across the Pluto TV network. This is what we have seen so far this evening. The first semi-final has come and gone, and it saw David Evans get the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 3. Semi-final number 2, Ashley Coleman up against Graham Musher.
Chance to steal. Steal he does.
We're going for a 4-1 win, he does so.
Welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 12, Week 6, semi-finals live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our second semi-final of the evening. Please welcome both players on stage. It's the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, and his opponent, the Gambler, Graham Musher.
I think they personally said hello to everybody in the auditorium, didn't they? Both Ashley Coleman and Graham Musher. They are looking to take on David Evans in the final. And in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar is alongside Keegan Brown.
Well, strap yourselves in. But the matchstick's in your eye, because if you blink this one, you may miss it. This one is going to be quick, it's going to be fast, it's going to be quality. Ashley Coleman played good tonight, hasn't he? Won both of his games, beat Jack Twedle and Lee Cox in his group stage. For Graham Musher, he's got to switch it back on again. There was question marks where he just seemingly didn't really care too much in that final game. The job was done. He was through to the semi-finals. He knows he's going to be in this match. But can he approach this game with the level of intensity he started the night with?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, first leg, Ashley to throw first.
And the quality that's going to be needed to rival the Prince of Darkness.
Yes, to find another couple more gears
45
from his previous match. And one thing I do have to pick up on, you know, the last 6 practice starts Graham had, 2 of them he just
100.
kind of through and walk at the same time.
Yeah, he just wants to get on with things, doesn't he? But with that, it can be quite hard when
56.
the words game on come and you've then got to try and find that performance. David Evans waiting in the wings. He's through to another final here.
140.
I think if you're David Evans, and I don't think I'm too harsh in saying this, I think he would probably be wanting Coleman
58.
to win this due to the inexperience factor. Because Graham Musher's been in finals before and won them.
Yeah, 100%. You know, let's be honest. Graham's been playing darts for a lot of years. Up in the northeast.
140.
And, you know, let's be honest. If you're from the northeast, you know, North Yorkshire, you know, before you get to like the Tyne and Wear and obviously Northumberland, they're all good pedigree
65.
dart players, aren't they? Let's be honest. And, you know, for you to play decent darts in the northeast, you're going to have to be a good player yourself.
140. Going to car 170.
If Graham Musher is to break the throw here, he's going to have to do it with the biggest finish of them all.
105.
Has he done
Ashley
nicely?
car 62.
But an early hold opportunity here for Ashley Coleman. How's his doubles going to be in the semi-final?
22. Going to car
Tops was
65.
such an ally for him in his Group C campaign. It could be a bit of an enemy here for him. He misses.
25.
So does Usher.
Ashley car 40.
Early opportunities here in this semi-final.
You know that's going to be the marker.
Getting shown the first leg, Ashley Coleman.
It's
Second
such
leg,
a weird
Graham to
dynamic,
throw
isn't it?
first.
Where
Game on.
a player could have all 3 darts on the wire of a double, and yet someone could have a dart that's about
36.
2 inches above the double, and that's the marker that goes straight in. It's just a weird game at times.
58.
Before a dart was thrown this evening, Ashley Coleman described this opportunity, described the Super Series, that if he could pick up the title, it would be his biggest achievement to date as
58.
a dart player. Not only that, but it'll open up a pathway for him. Champions Week would be on the horizon, and Ashley Coleman speaks very fondly about the dream
134.
of being a professional dart player. If you're going to be a professional dart player, the first thing you need is an income. You need money coming your way.
140.
£5,000 for winning here. An opportunity to move on to win £25,000. The opportunity to move on to win £60,000. The pathway would be unlocked for him to achieve his dream.
100%, and that can be all achieved before Christmas.
Make Christmas quite nice, wouldn't it?
97.
Would be,
Ashley car
you know, we would have had worse
170.
Christmases.
I don't know many people have had many better than that one.
84. Going to car 170.
Maybe every PDC world champion.
Yes, they would have had a good time. That's more New Year, isn't it? Oh, hold on a minute.
145.
Oh, he's threatened it. Grazes the wire.
86.
Great effort there from Graham Musher. But the big story now is Ashley Coleman's got a chance to break the throw. It's a dart to the bullseye himself.
61. Going to car 25.
It's just so quick, it's hard to keep up.
Proper rat-tat-tat darts. 11 is very, very fortunate that did not go in a treble 14 there. So he should be looking at 3 for double fault. So it's double fault.
Getting shown the sun like Musher.
Trying to get himself going here, Musher.
Game on.
And getting going is something I don't feel he's done so far. I was thinking of a word to describe the performance, and when that 14 went in, the word just sprung into my mouth. And that word...
60.
I hate doing this, it makes me feel so harsh. Lazy.
Yeah, it was unexpected to hit this.
Nothing lazy about this. Hold on a minute. We have seen a 9-darter now on a Saturday. Danny Van Tripe. That was in the final. Ashley Coleman, a chance of his own to hit a 9-darter on the stage with the crowd not going to be.
100.
I think everyone was drawn in there. They thought they was going to see it again. Most important thing, this is a semi-final. Doesn't matter if you're winning 9 darts or 90 darts.
100.
Get the legs on the board.
41.
So it's double 16. 2 8s.
25. 60. Asuka 16. Getting shown the third leg, Ashley Coleman.
Halfway there. Halfway.
Fourth leg, Graham did through first. Game on.
Appearance and the big £5,000 match.
36. 140.
So that's the moments when your opponent kicks off with a sub-average throw to go out there to hit a 140 is, you know, timing's always key in darts, isn't it?
85.
Certainly is. You want to be proactive, but at times you've got to be reactive. All these reactive moments are working out quite well for Ashley Coleman. But the people sat at home now tuning in. They watch him in the live streams. They've watched his journey. They've watched him develop. Are they going to watch
60.
him pick up what he describes as the biggest title of his career within this hour?
He's going the right way about things, isn't he?
I'm a big fan of Graham Musher. I think he's quality. I'm surprised he's not won a series title here already. I'm surprised he doesn't have a tour card.
Asuka 140.
But what we're seeing tonight may be the reason why.
Double 10.
120. 77. Asuka 20. 16.
Well, a chance here for Graham Musher to try and find the spark. Has to be perfect. Needs 3 reds. Needs 2 reds.
100. Asuka 4. Getting shown the fourth leg, Ashley Coleman.
That's a breaker throw. Ashley Coleman now in absolute control.
Fifth
and
leg,
if you didn't know better,
first. Game on.
you'd suggest if this was boxing, Graham Musher may just throw in the towel from this
60.
point.
You know, you just feel Ashley's got too much momentum at the moment. I think Graham's got to that point
60.
now. He's just finding it too hard to get anything out of the board.
I think he's lost belief. I think he's not
100.
sure how to get himself back. I don't think he knows what to expect. And when you're in that point, when you don't know what to expect, you can't have the confidence you're going to turn
100.
something around, especially when you've got to break a player like Ashley Coleman twice.
Let's be honest, he's playing Ashley that, at the moment, can't stop missing that treble 20, can he?
Well, there's 13 points difference between the pair in regards to the averages. Ashley Coleman just shy of the 94. Graham Musher just inside the 80s. He needs to see Ashley Coleman start to miss some targets, and right now he's not doing any of that. Ashley Coleman is going to get a chance to book himself a place in the final. There is nothing Usher can do now. It is out of his hands.
So you're looking at 60. So there's 2 darts at double 8.
Game show of the match, Ashley Coleman.
That's all he needs. What a performance that was from Ashley Coleman. A 14-darter to get him over the line, and completely out of sorts Graham Musher was not able to switch it back on again. But Ashley Coleman is 1 game away from completing his dream. He describes it as the biggest title he would win in his career, and he is 1 match away. With a performance like that, an average just over the 95 mark, you would give him a genuine chance. He's through to the final. He's going to be playing David Evans.
He's 1 dart away. And that was it. We've got our first 170 checkout of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch.
Double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish.
Is it another bull? Oh, it's classic beaten. Maybe not anymore.
not anymore. The man who likes fishing has just landed a carp.
Unbelievable. Incredible. Welcome to the party, Bull Greaves.
Big moments. Oh,
Game shot
no!
of fifth flag.
Johnson's just been hit with a bat.
Good start. Typical John Tarts.
Big favourite. Break the throw. One dart. Uses one dart.
Double 16 for a 1-2-8. Oh, what a shot there by Andy Hamilton.
What a finish that is from Kevin Painter.
I think we've been here before. What a finish!
Colin Osborne.
Half 1,000 players, and they are 3 of them in the auditorium there. Mark McGinley's been here a few times. Manpreet Kelsey and Damian Palachevsky has been here on debut over the course of this week, and these two have had a throw on the stage to differentiating success. I'm yet to get my call up, but there's hope for everybody at some point. You know, someone might pull out at 9:25 on a Monday morning, and they might be that desperate, but I don't think that's going to happen. But I tell you what, me and you were in these doors on day one, weren't we? Me, you, Mace, and we were wondering what on earth's going to happen here. And to think about where this has evolved, to see where it has progressed over the course of the last 3.5 years or so, I don't think we could have envisaged this when we walked in day one.
I think that's what we was just saying as well when we was watching those clips, wasn't it? We was looking at it going, look how even the room's developed. Remember that horrible yellow carpet around the hockey?
We had to clean that every day, by the way. There was somebody whose job literally was to like hoover it up, mop it up, all the rest of it. We very quickly got rid of that.
Yeah, you was fantastic at that as well.
Oh, I tell you what, anything for a little bit of overtime.
But yeah, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? And when this was first around, it was like, who is this for? What is the Modus Super Series? It didn't have its identity. We knew what the format was, we knew what the production was, we knew what the broadcast was, but where does it fit within the darting landscape? And it was kind of at the time when we transitioned from Southampton, a bit of a closed-door club. It was for players that have sort of lost tour cards or previous players who's achieved quite big things who are still active within the game. When we came here, it became more of a tournament. It wasn't so much of a show. And I think Southampton was a show. Here's become a tournament. We've had the partnership with the ADC over time, ADC Europe, other partnerships as well that have seen people come here, seniors, for example. And now it's found its place as sort of just underneath the tour, but bringing all the various tours together. I said Worlds Collide, a great way of putting it. We get the best of the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour, the ADC, the WDF, the Women's Series. You name a tour, you name a system out there, we put the best here and we put them on that stage and we see who comes out on top. It's found a great place. It's making more professional players. It's giving players the chance to earn professional money, but then it's also developing a pathway. You look at the people that have been here. Luke Littler, one of the real big cases. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Bo Greaves in the very near future as well, as someone who's sort of been on that journey here with the Modus.
Yeah, we're not going to see Bo Greaves here much longer. She won her tour card tonight. Many congratulations go to her. Now, you were in a position at the beginning of the year that you spent, 13 years as a tour professional, dropped off the circuit, didn't regain it at Q School. In terms of what you thought your options were for 2025, how high up the list of priorities for you, and I suppose your peers around you, was playing in this?
This is everything. You know, let's be honest, 10 years ago, you were lucky, all you had was the Challenge Tour. But nowadays, there's things like the Modus Super Series has opened the doors of everything. And it's like Matt was saying, it's a great partnership with the ADC. You're getting the best players all around the world coming here, representing themselves, but more importantly, representing the game of darts that we all love to play. And, you know, I'd be honest, players here treating this like they would a TV major, where they are putting the really heavy grafting on the dartboard, getting the practicing right, just to be able to use their trade again. Because, you know, the thing with when you come off the tour, there's not a lot out there. But here, it's a game changer, and it's been a game changer for everyone, in my opinion.
Sentence each, away from the obvious names, who's been a player each that you've enjoyed seeing here in terms of maybe like a story, in terms of their development as a player, or whatever kind of stands out as a name each?
I'd have to go with Edgar, actually. I really enjoyed watching him play.
Who's Newtons?
No, I'm going to be boring. I really am, because I remember covering the week that Luke Littler came in. And when he came in, we know the story. The age changed for Luke Littler. It was meant to be 18 plus. The age got moved to 16 purely to allow Luke Littler to play. And I remember him coming through the doors on the first day, and he was sat in the back room talking about FIFA. And it was one of those where you're like, how's he going to handle this? How's he going to do? And actually, you saw him grow and develop as it was. He came in quite shy and timid, and he left a winner, a multiple-time winner. And I remember the interviews he gave here. The first one when he won the £20,000, and he went, I can do anything I want. I can have whatever I want. He probably thought he was going to open some FIFA packs. It was to know he was going to be a millionaire. But at the time, £20,000 was like real life-changing for him. Then he did it again. He gave that interview around about right here when we used to have the balcony. We didn't used to have a studio like that.
That was incredible.
Yeah, that's changed. And he stood on here with Chris Murphy, and he had the choice to make. Was he going to Lakeside, or was he going to Ali Pali? And he said he's going to go to Ali Pali. He says, when do you ever get the chance to be on Sky Sports, to play on a big event, Ali Pali? He goes, I might never get that opportunity again, so he's going to take the Alexandra Palace. Again, who would have known when he stood here having that conversation he was going to reach the final of the World Championship, going to win the Premier League, the World Championship, and everything else he has. So that journey and that development, absolutely the first. But I'm now realising the smile on your face, I've gone over one sentence.
Keegan, I would ask yours, but have you got less than a sentence?
Charlie Manby.
Interesting.
You got the memo.
Yeah, see, he knew in a sentence. There's been some intriguing players, and I've run out of time to go through mine anyway. No one wanted to know. Let's go through the semi-finals for tonight's action then. This is what we've seen. David Evans got the better of Lee Cox by 4-3. Ashley Coleman beat Graham Musher by 4-1. So Evans and Coleman is our final. Let's have a look at the two semi-finals, how the players got here. And we'll begin, Matt, with David Evans in a sentence. How did he get the better of Lee Cox in your mind?
Bottle. It was all down to Bottle. I mean, he was 3-1 down in that game. He had the throw in 2 of the 3 legs. We always say that's a very sort of misleading factor, but held it together well, believed all the way, controlled aggression.
See, that was slightly more succinct. Anyway, to the other semi now, Keegan. And Ashley Coleman, he's finding something tonight that maybe under pressure we've never seen from him before.
Yeah, 100%. You know, in that semi-final there against Graham, it was the word momentum, wasn't it? You know, he just looked so comfortable. He missed a 9 darter, and you know, not being rude to Graham, he just wasn't at the races.
If he plays like that in the final, he's got every chance, hasn't he?
I think the thing that impressed me the most there for Ashley Coleman was the fact that he didn't get drawn into theatrics. Graham Musher wasn't playing well. Graham Musher was clearly distracted. He was clearly not focused on that match. And it's very easy when you stood behind that to get drawn into that, to get drawn into trying to be reactive all the time. Ashley Coleman's shown a great maturity to be able to detach himself from that moment and just concentrate on being the best version of himself. And that is what's going to put him in good stead here against David Evans in the final.
So let's look into this final then a little bit more then, Keegs, because you've got someone in David Evans who's proven, he's experienced, he's won at the highest level. Against someone in Ashley Coleman, we were speaking in our interview this evening that this is still brand new territory for him. He's improved as a player, but these are all new experiences. How does Ashley try and get the better of David in this final?
Just keep doing what he's doing. You know, there's no lie with the numbers. Obviously, Ashley's been a far better player, in my opinion, than Dave this evening. And you know, to be fair, if he gets onto that rhythm, getting that throw going, I don't think he'll be stopped. I think, you know, the hardest trick that Dave's got now is finding the way to break the momentum that Ashley's got.
But then how much does experience come into play? Because David's been here before. He's won a week before. Actually, this is completely uncharted territory for him.
I'll give you the flip side of that argument. He's also lost at this stage before. With that becomes disappointment. With that becomes bad memories, becomes scar tissue. Ashley Coleman doesn't have this. He doesn't have this sort of negative experience where he's come so close and missed out. This is all exciting for Ashley Coleman. He said it'd be the biggest title that he's ever won to date, and he's got to use that, because what we'll get from that is adrenaline, and he's got to let that adrenaline come. Don't go up there and go, right, calm myself down, play with the adrenaline. His style will suit it. Just let yourself go, hope that you come out at the best.
I get the sense the pair of you are really fancying Ashley for this.
Yeah, I think he's just got such a rhythm throw, everything's going well for him, and you know, it's his scoring power where, yeah, he might go 45, but then all of a sudden you go back-to-back 140s, and then you're halfway through the leg straight away. And I just think Dave needs to be on it from the get-go. He can't let Ash get any sort of momentum going.
Hang around at the back of the stage, just that fraction longer. David Evans, that would be the tactic. Just keep Ashley away from the hockey. Don't let him get in his full rhythm and flow, and just take that extra bit. I'm not saying stand at the back for a long time, just try and control the pace.
Yeah.
This time in a sentence, because my producer's shouting 1 minute at me in my ear. You're a man of YouTube, and you know all the social media side of it. Now, here's somebody who came with a big reputation. How big would this be for him, and how big would this be in terms of outreach, in terms of numbers, in terms of the analytics side of things if Ashley Coleman was to win tonight?
It's not just about him. The second you start to build up a bit of a following, the second you start to do that, you've got a responsibility, because people are living through you. They're enjoying the journey with you, and you've got a responsibility there to give them your best. Yeah. And I think he's going to do that. Whether he wins or loses, they've got someone to be proud in tonight of Ashley Coleman.
Certainly gone up another gear as a player. Right, gents, you're going to be in commentary for the final. Looking forward to hearing both of your thoughts and observations for it. Right, time for the final then. David Evans has been here before. He's looking for second Champions Week appearances in the last 3 series. He played in the first one of 2025. He's looking to play in the last one of 2025. As for Ashley Coleman, well, this is completely uncharted territory for him. The Prince of Darkness, well, he's looking to be the shining ray of light here at the Live Lounge on this Saturday evening. It is a real compare and contrast in terms of styles, in terms of experience, but is David Evans going to make it through to another Champions League, or is Ashley Coleman going to reach a new career high? We're about to find out.
Last chance.
James on the mark, David Evans.
Look at the reaction for David Evans. It's always nervy, wait until the last one, but he has got himself there.
Looking at 60, so there's 2 darts in double A.
James on the mark, Ashley Coleman.
That's all he needs.
Welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 12, Week 6, Grand Final here on Pluto TV. Our finalists tonight, first of all, please welcome on stage his stretch, David Evans! And his opponent, the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman!
So, time for the final. David Evans and Ashley Coleman for the 6th spot through to Champions Week. And for Ashley Coleman, perhaps the biggest game of his career so far. For David Evans, he's been there, done it, worn the T-shirt before. Matthew Edgar and Keegan Brown have been commentary for this.
One more game, one more match, one more win for £5,000 and a place in Champions Week. David Evans has been there before. Series 10, Week 11, picked up the crown. Will want to be going back to Preston with a ticket booked through to the big one. Ashley Coleman, this is the closest he's ever got to what he describes as the biggest achievement of his darting career. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people tuning in, hoping to see their man lift the trophy. You can just see in the corner of the screen right there. In regards to the performances, There's not really been too much
Thank you,
to
ladies and gentlemen,
separate
boys
the
and
pair
girls.
going
First
into this
leg,
stage.
David, you through first. Game on.
Which leads me to my first question. How important is David Evans winning the bullseye to earn the right to throw first in this final going to play a factor?
I think it only play a factor if it goes to the last
59.
leg. I think that's the only time winning the throw means anything, but that's just my opinion of playing the game.
82.
I think it's going to benefit Coleman, to be fair, because I think there's a chance here he can go up there, have the leg. If he loses the leg, it's okay, it's only against the darts. Rather than going up there, and if it doesn't go right, having the potential to be broken. David Evans not wasting time in regarding to find the first maximum of this game.
66. $58.
I suggested in the studio that maybe David Evans just needs to take a little bit of time in this to not allow Ashley Coleman the rhythm. Is he throwing a little
79.
bit slower here as well? He seems very methodical at the moment, David Evans, very measured in his approach.
I think definitely. I think he did that in obviously semis against Lee, and it's weird because sometimes
86.
if you plan on being slower, it can be more of a hindrance because then it mucks you out of your own natural rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely.
39.
Making a big change, aren't you? You lose that rhythm, you lose that feel, and ultimately you can lose the release. But it's a cushy start here for David Evans. He'll like the way this one's gone so far. Got a bit of time, got a bit of freedom,
94.
a bit of wiggle room. Ashley Coleman unable to leave a finish after the opening 12.
58. David Carr, 24.
So David, double 12 to go 1-0 up. It's going to be a good marker. Surely.
Game show on the first leg, David Evans. Second leg, Ashley to throw first. Game on.
In a final like this, do you find yourself counting up or down? Do you tick them off
55.
like that's one done? Or is it like 3 to go?
Yeah, it's more of a countdown sort of thing. Yeah, looks like something's aggravated David there on this release.
40.
It'd be no comfort to
43.
Ashley Coleman if he was to lose this game right now to say what a great week it has been, because right now it's all about winning this final. However, what a step forward it has been for Ashley Coleman, continuing to grow and develop in the game of darts. A recent semi-finalist on the Challenge Tour, running the card on Friday, the winner of Group C, reaching the final. There are so many positives here for Ashley Coleman, but right now he won't care about
60.
any of those. He only wants one, and that's the trophy.
That's a good marker there for Dave. And he's using it absolutely superb there.
One of them, 40. $58.
He's got to get going. He's got to get going soon here, Coleman. He's in trouble of having his throw broken. And David Evans may be growing in confidence, may be sensing that Ashley Coleman is not up to the task. Maybe
125.
sensing that excitement turning to nervous energy right now for Ashley Coleman. This is better.
140. David Carr, 96.
So it'll be 60 for 36. So it's double top.
56. Ashley Carr, 145.
This would be a way to land your first big blow in the match. I think the concern right now for Ashley Coleman is not the fact he's not hitting, but the fact he's
David
losing
Carr,
the line a
40.
lot. A lot of darts wavered off that 20 bed.
Yeah, definitely. And Evans taking full advantage if this double 10 goes in. That's a good barrel. Leave it just to kiss it.
Game show on the second leg, David Evans.
And that's the break. That's the control.
Third leg, David to throw
Ashley
first.
Coleman now, if
Game
he's
on.
going to get back into this game, if he was going to win, he had to break the throw. Now he's got to do it twice. David Evans becomes a big favourite for another weekly title here at the Modus Super Series.
60.
Sometimes when you do show a bit of emotion,
58.
You know, I always think it's too much energy you've gave away to a throw where, you know, I feel if Dave just walked back to his darts out, he could have hit more than 60 there, you know. Because you see it so many
93.
times where somebody takes something good out and give it a bit, come on! And then all of a sudden they go up and hit 45.
It's almost like a release of the
94.
tension, isn't it? And sometimes you want that tension, and right now that is what David Evans is sort of playing with.
$140.
Looking to open up here, David Evans.
180.
Quality. Class. He's not found anything so far in this final, Ashley Coleman, but finds a big maximum there, but doesn't leave a finish. So despite the maximum, David Evans is still in control of the leg.
100. $59.
The things that you can't do, hit at 180 and then go out there with a treblers visit. So you'll be looking at 51 for tops.
$51. Ashley Carr 110.
I did a bit of a boo-boo there. I actually looked at Ashley's score left. Now he needs tops.
90. David Carr 57.
Good effort. But his fate lies in the hands of David Evans. Tops for David Evans. The target Ashley Coleman's just missed. Oh, that's a good marker. That's where he'd want it to be.
17.
That's not.
Ashley Carr 20.
Chance. Ashley Coleman, who's not really landed too many blows in this final so far, a handful to get his
Game
throw
on
back.
the third leg,
He needs
Ashley
to break the throw
Coleman.
twice. There is one of them.
Fourth leg,
The
Ashley
180
through
shown
first.
character.
Game on.
Got him back into that leg. And now David Evans knows he's not going to have everything his own way here. Knows he's in a game.
100. $97.
And this match sitting very nicely at the moment.
100.
It's a good ton there. It might be quite early on, but I can imagine this going to a last leg with both of them missing doubles.
100.
Yeah, it feels like a game that's getting a little bit edgy.
99.
And it's getting edgy because Ashley Coleman is starting to get into this game. He's starting to land blows. He's starting to make David Evans think.
140.
A lot on the line here for the pair.
135. David Carr
Really starting to find some
164.
rhythm. Starting to get a bit of a spring in his step.
So there's 85 left.
126. Ashley Carr 67.
Good darts that for Evans. He's there. Oh, no. Dart at the bullseye for Ashley Coleman.
42.
That first
David
dart was
Carr,
disastrous. Meant he could only get a dart at the bullseye there. David Evans. Looks like he's going straight for this double 19 and finds it.
David Evans.
A break, a throw, followed by a break, followed by a break. David Evans
Fifth leg, David
now
through
back
first.
again in
Game on.
control. Gets the 2 legs advantage. 2 legs with the throw. He's a big favourite right now to do it again. How much will that moment be for Ashley Coleman, the 67? The dart just going the wrong side of the wire. And you probably would have felt that that was thrown
100.
absolutely perfectly, as same as they normally would. But darts is judged on the smallest of margins. It now has to be an almighty effort from Coleman.
You feel for Ashley that he needs Dave not to have a. He needs Dave to have a couple of trebleless visits.
100. $41.
These are the visits.
30.
That Ashley was hoping, so he's got a chance here. What can he do with his chance?
55.
I'd be disappointed with that.
Good use of the board here as well for David Evans, just trying to leave a finish.
63.
The time's running out for Ashley Coleman.
95.
Just get himself down to a finish. First one down, but you'd still rather be David Evans in this position. Just needs the one big treble to give himself a real opportunity here.
98.
It's good last start there.
170.
Exceptional last start. And he's going to get a chance. Ashley Coleman, it is now out of his hands.
David Carr, 110.
David Evans for a second weekly title. Needs a treble. Oh, he finds a treble. Double 18 for David Evans to pick up the week 6 title. Grazes the wire. He has had a match dart. Ashley Coleman to save it. The same target.
Bends the wire.
Getting shot on the fifth leg. Ashley Coleman.
Well, one dart so far for
Six
David
leg
Evans to
Ashley
get the job
first.
done.
Game on.
Ashley Coleman says you are getting no more, pal.
And the scars coming back
48.
to haunt Evans in this final.
I think that's one of the most entertaining factors about this final, because there's so many different narratives, so many different questions you can ask about the direction or the thought or the way this one could twist
55.
and turn. The danger is in this situation, David Evans may think, well, I've got the throw in the last. You almost write this one off and you end up being under pressure because Ashley Coleman is starting to fire. That is the second maximum of the game now for the Prince of Darkness.
And it's this type of quick fire eventing where, you know, Coleman's
95.
just beginning to find it now. And let's be fair, how crucial could that double 18 been?
57.
He wants his hands on that. He's digging deep. He's fighting. It's an inspirational story to the many people that watch him online. They'll be at home now living through him, living and breathing every single dart.
$100.
I think he'd be happy with a ton there. Because he knows Dave would have to have 2 treble visits. So it's 172.
59. Ashley Carr,
See, Phil,
116.
Ashley's got a great chance here. So he might go 51. So it's the bullseye.
91. David Carr, 152.
David Evans had the match start at the 110 finish. Imagine if he could win the title with a 152. We keep that thought in our imagination for now.
56. Ashley Carr, 25.
So it's 25 for Ashley. So it's 2 falls, 2 twos.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
And we go the
Ashley
distance.
Coleman.
Ashley Coleman digging deep the same way David Evans did moments ago in the semi-final. 3-1 down to Lee Cox and turned it around. Ashley Coleman, one leg, 501 points away from a big, big title. He's going to have to do it against the darts.
100.
You feel Ashley looks more the comfortable out the two at the moment. And that's a great second dart.
140.
Well, that's textbook, isn't it? David Evans thinking, get a treble, force Ashley into 2. He got his treble. Ashley got his 2. It's literally textbook darts. And now this is your chance, Ashley Coleman.
And you take it with both hands.
70.
Debatable. It's close. He's got the advantage. He's 50 points ahead.
10 behind.
Class. Absolute class from David Evans. The 4th maximum of the game. They're 50-50 split. And that 180 puts David Evans to a finish. That could be the decisive blow. Because he now has 6 darts from the 161. He'll be expecting more match darts. He's only had the 1 so far.
55.
Coleman it. He knows if he can find a couple trebles, it would make it a little bit tastier.
91. David Carr, 106.
Treble required. Not found. So this is the first time Ashley Coleman's going to get a chance to approach the hockey to win the match, but it's going to have to be a big visit. It's not going to be a big visit. David Evans will return. He's had 1 match start at the double 18 so far. Take your pick, David Evans. Where are you going to pick up another Super Series title? He's chose tops. And he finds tops.
The winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 12, Week 6, it's Stretch David Evans!
He's done it again. David Evans has done it again. He is through to Champions Night. He has dispatched Ashley Coleman by 4 legs to 3. It has been a superb night for David Evans, who has picked up all his games. But Keegan, explain to me what this is like, because David Evans is going through every emotion right now.
Yeah, it's not a bad emotion to have at the end of the day. Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, he was going through it, and, you know, it's all about getting that win. And when you get the win, it's just over the moon, because you've now got the lottery ticket. You've got the lottery ticket now to go for Champions Week. So, yeah, he'd be absolutely over the way that he's just played. So, yeah, full fair play to him.
There's the numbers, there's your stats. David Evans, an average of 85. Ashley Coleman picked it up during that game. It was a slow start for the Prince of Darkness. Took a little bit of time to settle into that match, but really did get himself going as things went through. He can take a lot of pride in his performance this week. He was the winner of Group C. He's got as close as he ever has in regards to picking up a title here at the Super Series. David Evans, though, a little bit too strong on the evening. We are going to hear from David Evans, but we're just going to take a couple of moments before we do so. David Evans playing with a lot of passion and pride this evening. As you can see there, the embrace with Mark McGinley at the end. There has been a bereavement, which we're just going to give David Evans a couple of moments just to compose himself. But what we will do is we'll take a look at the weekly winners so far. David Evans gets himself on that weekly winners list. He's through to Champions Week. The Week 6 winner, he'll join Jensen Walker, Dave Pallett, Neil Duff, Keegan Brown and Carl Wilkinson. But we are now going to get a word from our Week 6 winner, David Evans.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matt. David Evans, you've done it again, 2 in 3, and goodness me, have you had to work hard for it tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. I had to come back from 3-1 down against Lee. As we know, to me, we're not acquaintances, we're mates. And to come back from 3-1 down with that one, that was, I thought I took everything out of me. And then going 3-1 up there again, it's like I had to battle back and do it, yeah.
When it went back to 3-3, was it almost like what you did in the game against Lee could almost come back to haunt you in this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking just throw straight. When I had the shot at 48, single 8 or single 16, doesn't matter which one it goes in, just whatever it was, and then just throw it. And that's all I did with the tops, I just threw it. And luckily for me, it went in.
This is becoming a bit of a habit now. How important was that experience, particularly in that final leg? For Ashley, he's had a fantastic run to get to this point, but you know what it's like to be in this situation. How important do you feel like that experience was when it came to the crunch in the end?
It's one of those that Ashley's first time on the finals night, final stage. It's a quality player. I think my experience sort of got there, but if I'd have missed that, it would have been game over, personally, because he is a quality player.
I know it was an incredibly emotional night for you. I don't want to put you back through that again, but I know that obviously a lot's gone on recently, and I know that's something that you want to talk about. This was a big one. This meant a lot to you. I know it's meant a lot to Mark, meant a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. Me personally and Mark as well, we've both had to be down here and miss Sue Kuzik's funeral. One of the greatest ladies that ever graced any stage of darts. She helped Mark for a lot of years. She helped me for a few years. But she was one in a million. She really was. And for me to win this personally, and I don't know whether Steve Kuzik's watching, it was for Sue, this, mate. Absolutely.
Excellent words. Fantastic words. And it was a beautiful touch between you and Mark at the end there. So to yourself and to Champions Week, it's the second time you've been here in 3 appearances, and I get the sense that you got a little bit of unfinished business with that, the way things ended last time.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got unfinished business with a certain Jeff Smith. If you're watching, Jeff, I'm coming for you. Well, he's got to find out next week whether he's going to be in there, so we'll wait and see.
Importantly, you're in there, and you know exactly what's about to happen now, don't you?
Absolutely. Yep.
Finally, just before we go to the presentation, the duck.
Go. Mr. Matthew Edgar, I owe you this one. I'm not a sitting duck anymore. Thank you. No, but wank wank. There we go.
I heard he's laughing, and I should also warn you, he's playing in this series, so that could come back to bite you at Champions Week. Right, you ready to do it?
Yep.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, your Week 6 champion is Stretch David Evans!
I must point out there is two David Evanses in this room.
Where's the other one?
The other one's down here somewhere. Where is he? Stand up. Dave,
we've got him
there. Oh, fair play to everybody. Thank you very much for everyone's support. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Classy words for a classy champion. David Evans wins Week 6. More reaction and analysis to come on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGinley.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
He ain't no sitting duck anymore, is he? David Evans getting the better of Ashley Coleman by 4 legs to 3 in the final. And he is through to second Champions Week in 3 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Matt and Keegan are with me in the studio. They've been watching every single dart tonight across the Pluto TV network. And they join us now to give us their final synopsis of things overall. He came for you.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to go join him now in Champions Week, won't I? So we can have it out. But tonight, what a night! Like every time I commentate, I always try and match the pace or the tone of the match, and I found myself tonight turning a bit Henry Deacon. I've been sort of going.
That's dangerous.
Yes.
No one wants that.
I wanted to go far in my career, and I've sort of halted myself. That's 1-1, by the way. It's 1-1. And I've sort of been going with it tonight, and that final had that same sort of thing. It was like you could feel the emotion coming off the players. I sat here at the start of the night and I described tonight as passion, and I think we saw that all the way through. All the players playing with the heart on the sleeve this evening, and we've had a very, very entertaining night.
Did you turn into Henry Deacon at any point?
No, thankfully not. That's what I'm going to say. No, to be fair, it was an absolutely fantastic night of darts. Dave was a well-deserved winner in the final. Felt like Ash just couldn't get the momentum. He just left it a little bit too late, and full credit to Dave for taking the title.
Went 3-1 up in the final, looked in good trial. Ashley Coleman then brought it back to 3 apiece. And you've got to give David credit there to keep it all together where he could have so easily crumbled.
Yeah, I mean, we'll reel it back a little bit further and we've first got to give so much credit to Ashley Coleman because he wasn't performing. David Evans was 3-1 up at a canter. It was all too easy for him. When you go up there in a final, everyone says they want to play someone playing the best and they want a classic final. No, you don't. You want to go up there, you want it all to be easy, you want them to underperform, you want them to have bounce outs, you want everything to happen, you want it to be easy. And it was that way for David Evans. And then Ashley Coleman dug deep. He's shown some character. He got it back to 3-3, asked a question of David Evans. Unfortunately for Ashley tonight, David Evans had the answers.
Experience told in that last leg, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Let's be honest. As soon as he started playing well, I think there was a couple of moments I thought, this could go Ashley, and then all of a sudden that 1-8 just changed the game, didn't it? Literally changed the game, and yeah, full credit to Dave. He took the 48 out professionally and got the job done.
We could see when he lifted the trophy how much that meant to him, and I know there was a beautiful moment between him and Mark McGinley as well. And sometimes you forget the emotional aspect, and sometimes when horrible things happen in life, as a dart player, that can be the summoning of an inspiration, and it felt that way for David tonight.
Oh, absolutely, and it's felt that way all week. You know, he was up here with Mark McGinley yesterday, who had a bit of a tribute as well himself to the camera, and it can, but it can really focus the mind. You know, we look at Ross Smith on the Pro Tour last week. He had a very close bereavement within the family, went and won the Pro Tour. You know, it's strange how these things happen. Sometimes it allows you a bit of an outlet to be able to go and think of something different within your world and just be lost. And one thing David Evans will know from the amount of time he's played this sport is how to be a dart player. And it gives you that sort of channeling, that opportunity to go and just go, right, I'm going to focus on the board, I'm going to play this game. And he played it so well tonight. And yeah, there's some really nice tributes going out there at the moment, and I'm sure the family will be very proud.
In terms of David, though, as a player, I think he was somebody that we expected very quickly to qualify for Champions League. It didn't quite work out that way for him, but it feels like he's now found that, I suppose we call it, the Modus touch.
Yeah, he has. No, to be fair, he played well tonight, played really consistent, and, let's be honest, he's now got the golden ticket, hasn't he, for Champions Week, so I better get practicing.
Drawing Keegan Brown round one, that's what he'll be hoping, right?
Definitely.
Let's have a look at the winners. I'm just horrible, aren't I? Let's have a look at the weekly winners then. These are the players that have got to the halfway point of the season. I feel like I can't really ask Keegan this one, but I can definitely ask you this one, Matt, safe in the knowledge that you probably won't be playing at Champions Week. When you look at that so far, that feels like opportunity knocks Champions Week.
Yeah. Definitely. I think every single one of those players is probably going to look around the room. And I think I always say there's a great expression, and that is when you go into a practice room and you look around and you go, who's the man to beat? And if you can't single them out, if you can't pinpoint them, it's you. And all those players will be doing that exact same thing when they walk in there right now. I mean, there's some big players still to come, as we know from the announcement tonight. There's some big players still to come in this series, so we may get some big names still to join these guys yet.
Where's the big name coming from?
Did you not see the announcement earlier,
Which one?
Oh, you clearly haven't then, have you? It weren't mine. It weren't mine.
I was going to say, it definitely wasn't yours.
Jeff Smith's here next week.
Jeff Smith, of course he is. Of course he is. Final word, Keegs. We're halfway through the series. It's been a good one so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, I can't moan about it, let's be honest. No, once again, full credit to all the staff and all the players that makes this Modus Super Series a fantastic success. And we're only halfway through, we think Christmas has came early.
This is our last night broadcasting together this year, because the next time we see you is going to be on the stage, and that might be it for 2025 for you.
Yeah, it's been a great year. I've really enjoyed it once again down here at the Super Series. I'm sure I'll be back again next year. But now it's time to switch attentions to being on the hockey again. I'm looking forward to the challenge. It's going to be good fun. And congratulations to you as well, Henry, because after 3 years, you've finally found a jacket that fits.
At last! At last! Oh, goodness me. And you see, we've got Pacific Tailors here now. Anyway, gents, thank you so much for your company. Plenty coming up across Pluto T. It's been genuine great fun in your company. So, coming up next, the Series 11 Champions Week recap. That is going to be with Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson. That's in a few moments' time. Murphy's meeting Adrian Lewis. That's tomorrow from 5:20. Jess Smith kicks off his title defence of the Super Series crown. That's 9:30 on Monday morning, and it is an A-star cast for that. And then next Saturday night from 7:30, Week 7 finals night will be what we'll be looking at here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And also, don't forget, we've also got the double bubble next week, because we've got the tour finals in the afternoon from 12:30. Gents, I've genuinely enjoyed your company this evening. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for your company as well on this Saturday night, where David Evans has stretched his title tally. It's 2 for the Lancastrian. We'll see you later on. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
It's double 16. We're going for a 4-1 win. He does so.
Game show the first base, Jack Twedle.
But he will miss no more. Lee Cox.
Game show the mark, David.
No problems there on the doubles for Ashley Coleman. The match to get the job done. And he does. Steal he does. What a shot, David Evans. Look at the reaction for David Evans. It's always nervy, wait until the last one, but he has got himself there.
Yeah, it was unexpected to hit this.
Nothing lazy about this. Hold on a minute.
Looking at 60, so there's 2 darts at double A.
That's all he needs. What a performance that was from Ashley Coleman.
but just at Chris it.
Inch on the second leg, David Evans.
Bends the wire.
Inch on the fifth leg, Ashley Coleman.
Straight tops. And he finds tops.
The winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 12, Week 6, it's Stretch David Evans!
It's Stretch David Evans!
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Yes! What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith.
And it is. That shot wins week 6.
Maximum checkout.
He's done it.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Musher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game